Hey guys, Darth Glork here, back with part 17 of my If My Heart Had Wings playthrough. So last time, things got pretty intense. Things got pretty intense last time. We made lots of good progress in the relationship with Aoi and Amane, and things got official. They officially got, everything got handled officially, and it was really, really exciting. So, yeah, they are officially a couple now, which is great, and we have learned, and we started down, I guess, sort of Iska, like, which is odd, because, like, now we're very unsure. Is she alive? Is she dead? I don't know what's happening with her, but apparently we're sort of more or less on her trail, so lots of interesting things going on. Now, I'm assuming this skip is not for anything. Yeah, it was just for the one slide. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So lots of crazy things going on. Now, I don't know how long these routes are going to be, but you know, we're making great progress on this one, if nothing else. Anyway, I was humming while I cooked. In the pot, carrots, potatoes, onions, and hearty meat are boiling. You sound happy. Oh yeah? I've never seen you hum. That's right, I don't usually hum. It's fun to cook if I think someone will enjoy my food. You talking about me? Yeah, well, you too. In our dormitory, everyone enjoys the meals I cook. But my girlfriend is the best because she eats with reckless abandon. My girlfriend. Relatable. It makes me smile. It seems more real to me after I told Anshan. How about Mochizuki? We're doing well. Where do you guys go on dates? I bet it's Wendy's. Is that like Wendy's? Dates? We haven't gone on one yet. We haven't had a date yet because the club is very busy. Are you sure? Are you guys even dating? Of course. But you haven't had a date yet. We've been busy. We're off from clubs, why don't you go somewhere? That's right, I should. While we were talking about that... I'm home. She came back. Hi, Amane. Hi. Smells good. Are we having curry tonight? Yes, your favorite, beef curry. Amane's tastes are like that of a kid. I am drinking a flavored water as usual, so if you hear me sipping on that, that's what's happening. She likes Hamburg steak, curry and spaghetti, simple stuff. If I make a lot all at once, we can eat it for a while. There are only 3 people in the dorm right now. Nobody minds if we have curry every day. After I boil it for a few minutes, it's gonna be ready. Go change your clothes and wash your hands. Yay, curry. Amane, delighted like a child, makes me smile. My girlfriend is very cute. Hell yeah. That's so cute, dude. They're all official and whatnot. You think we're gonna get any big... Aha, stopped just in time. Anyway, do you think we're gonna get any big reveals for Iska and what's up with her? Like, is she still alive or not? That would be nice. Anyway, thank you for dinner. Amane ate all her curry and put her hands together in front of the empty plate. That was delicious. The beef curry, which stewed for a long time, was good. It'll be better tomorrow. Oh, that makes me hungry again. Thanks for the curry. Kaneko brought the plate to the sink and left the dining room. On the way... Good luck, Aoi! She mouthed that to me. You can count on me, I replied, winking, then she went to her room. Amane looks serious and is groaning in her chair. What's wrong? I'm your girlfriend, aren't I? Yes. If she asks me like that, I lose confidence. You do so much for me and I don't do anything for you. I'm worried that it's not okay. In my own way, I'm really worried. Then she moans again. I guess she really liked the curry that I made today. You give me things. Huh? What? You're happy to eat the meals that I make. You appreciate me for cooking. Those things make me very happy.
そうなのか？変わってるな。
Really? You're strange. She takes pity on me. Don't look at me like that, like I take pleasure in weird stuff.
じゃあもっと嬉しそうにしようか。お礼の言い方にリクエストがあるかい？
Do you want me to smile or something? Do you have any requests on how I can thank you? That's a pretty broad statement there, Amane. Watch what he asks for. I mean, he's not gonna ask for anything. It's all very vanilla, but that could be used for so many things. Well, yeah, but please do it naturally. If it's not natural, it'll make me unhappy. Well, if you give me compliments, I guess that'd be nice. After I said that, I was embarrassed. But it'll make me happier to get compliments from her than from anyone else.
そうか。褒めるんだな。
Compliments. She said and put her hand on my head. Then she patted my head.
よくできたな。偉いぞ、葵くん。
You did very well, Aoi. Blushes. Well, this is very embarrassing. Ha ha ha.
なんだか可愛いぞ、葵くん。
You're so cute, Aoi. I don't think cute is a good word for men, but it still makes me happy that she says that. Maybe it's because she's much older than me. I leaned on her like a cat bathing in the sun. Oops, it feels so good I almost forgot something important. Amane, do you have any plans for tomorrow?
いつも通りだ。
Nothing special, just the same as usual. She answered, stroking my head. That means she has work. To her, it is unthinkable to take 2 days off per week. If she doesn't have anything special to do, she stays in her room and works. Why don't we go out? I asked her with my heart pounding.
いいけど、どこへだ？
Alright, but where? I remembered the place in Kazagura that Kaneko told me about. To tell the truth, I already checked the place out while I was cooking. How about the movies? There are some interesting movies playing right now.
映画か。
Movies, huh? Aren't you interested in them?
いや、この前いろいろ見たばかりだからな。
It's just that I've seen a lot of movies recently. Oops, I forgot about that. It's not good that movies make her act weird, so yeah, movies are out. How about shopping? Wendy's has a sale going on now.
着るものならこと足りているぞ。
I have enough clothes. Okay, how about bowling?
葵くんがやりたいならそれでいいぞ。
If you want to, that'll be fun. I'm not especially interested in bowling. She's not interested in anything that young girls like to do on dates. Do you have anywhere you want to go? Well,
そうだな。
she was thinking, putting her finger on her lips. That is very cute.
泳ぎに行きたいぞ。
I want to go swimming. In the pool? It was on the list that Kaneko gave me. Swimming is advanced stuff for a date. I mean, yeah, but you guys are already official, so don't worry about it. Usually, people don't go to the pool because they have to wear bathing suits.
いや、違う。
No.
去年みんなで行っただろ？湖にある砂浜に。
We went there together, didn't we? The beach at the lake. Ah, there.
また行きたい。すごく楽しかったんだ。
I want to go there again. It was fun. Her smile was very cute, and she said it so happily that we decided to go there the very next day. Aw, they had their first real date, man. How interesting, making things like official first.
それじゃあ行ってくる。
Anyway, like, making things official first, like, hey, we're officially boyfriend and girlfriend, and then going on dates, you know? I feel like, and again, keep in mind here, I've never been on a date, but I know people that have dated, and it seems to me like, I feel like standard operating procedure is usually you go on at least a couple of dates, at least, before you, like, go a little more steady, you know what I mean? Anyway, whatever. We're off to the beach. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, I don't know. How should I know? I've never been on a date. Anyway, not the point. Please take care of the dorm and hat.
はいよ、楽しんできてね。
Okay, have fun. Bye. Just like last year, the beach is very quiet. It's a well-kept secret that not many know about.
ハットも連れてきてあげればよかったのに。
We should have brought Hat. It wouldn't be a date if he were here. I said it strongly because it's so important to me.
デートだったのか。
Oh, it's a date! She said it like she had no idea why we were here. But really, she just figured it out. What did you think it was?
湖に泳ぎに来たものと。
I thought we just came to swim in the lake. Couples go out together. That's a date.
へえ、勉強になったぞ。
Okay, I got it. She learned something else. Alright, you want to change clothes, or are you already wearing your bathing suit?
いや、
No? Okay, so go change behind the rock. I'll make sure no one's around.
葵くんに見張られてると ちょっと恥ずかしいぞ。
I'll be embarrassed if you watch. I'm not gonna watch you change.
そうか、わかった。
Oh, okay. She grabs her bag and went behind the rock. I don't think anyone will come by because it's a very quiet place, but I'm looking out just in case. Aw, he's so respectful. They're not ready for that. They're not to that base yet. Relax. I waited for a while.
着替えてきたぞ。
Hell yeah. She looks so cute, dude. I'm done. She came back. He's speechless. He's like, damn. It's so cute, dude.
どうした？
What's wrong? I looked away because Amane in a bathing suit under the white summer sun was too hot for me. She's in good shape.
葵くんは着替えないのか？
Don't you want to change? Yeah, I will. I was already wearing my bathing suit under my clothes, so I just took off my t-shirt and pants there. Let's go swim.
ああ。
All right. We ran like kids into the water.
冷たくて気持ちいいな。
It's nice and cool. It feels good. Hey. Hey, whoa! Amane was playing in the shallow water. She was surprised that she was splashed with water.
やったな。
You.
それ。
Ah! She splashes me too. Hey!
それ。
Hey now. We splash each other for a while. I've seen couples play in the water in movies, but I never thought people actually do it. I guess there are people like that. It looks boring, but it's actually fun. Well, it wouldn't be boring if you're doing it depending on who you're with. You know what I mean? It's all about who you're with. Anyway, yeah. Hey, your face looked hilarious.
やったな。
Hey, you've done it now. She tries to get revenge on me, but I run away.
あ、待て葵くん。
Wait, owie. Nobody's waiting for you. I made fun of her while she chased me. We started chasing another in the shallow water. Here I am.
待て。
That's so cute, dude. Wait. I made her chase me.
捕まえた。
Got you. She opened her arms and tried to hug me. Amane leaps at me.
うわ。
Whoa. I dodged her, so she fell into the water face first.
ひどいぞ葵くん。
Ah, you jerk. Haha, you're really slow.
いいんだいいんだ。どうせ私はどんくさいんだ。
Okay, I'm slow. She sulked cutely, so I helped her stand up.
好きありだ。
There's an opening. What? What? Ah! Ah, look at the water. Anyway, she tackled me and we fell down in the water together. Whew.
頭脳プレイというやつだな。
Haha, this is called using your brain to play. I can't beat you in a contest of the mind. I say, playing in the water. I was very happy to play like kids with Amane.
な、今度はあれがしたい。
Hey, I want to do that next. Cliff diving? She pointed at a big rock. What? Or that? Ah.
またやってくれないか？
Can you do it again? She looked at me expectantly. But it's only me. It's very hard for me to carry her and dump her in the water. I mean, yeah, especially alone. But I can't say I can't do it, the way she looks with that sparkling joy in her eyes. Okay, I'll do it. Saying so. Whoa! I pick her up and stand. I carry her to the big rock. Then I climb up the jump to the jump slope on top of the rock. Hang on tight.
おう。
Okay. Ready, go! Holding her, I jumped into the water. That's so cute, dude. We jumped holding on to each other and water splashed all over. Bubbles are coming up. From under the water, the sky is mystical and beautiful. Oh, it's so wholesome, dude. There's a drink for you.
ありがとう。
Thanks. We're sunbathing because we played a lot and got tired.
太陽が気持ちいいな。
The sun feels so good. You usually don't get much sunlight. She's in her room or the garage usually. She shuts the curtains in the room. It's unhealthy. You should think about your health more. Sorry.
わ
Okay.
かった。
Sorry, way too fast. Anyway, the way she nods makes her look like a child even though she's older.
たまにはこうして外へ出るべきだな。去年ここへ来た時もすごく楽しかった。
I should go out like this more often. It was fun last year too. We all came here together last time.
なんだか遠い昔みたいだ。
It seems like a very long time ago. Haven't you been swimming with Isuka?
しなかったな。多分イスカの体質のせいだと思う。
No, never. Probably because of her health issues.
あの子は昼間運動しすぎると夜熱を出すことがあると言っていた。
If she plays in the sun a lot, sometimes she gets a fever. Her body was weak, huh? Anchan said so too. So what did you do usually?
野良猫を捕まえて撫でたり、近所の犬をからかったり、ザリガニ釣りをしたり。
We'd catch stray cats and pet them, or we'd tease the neighbor's dog, or catch crayfish. I don't know why, but I feel deja vu. It is the same as Kotori's want-to-do list.
あれはあれで楽しかった。イスカと遊んでいると予想外の出来事ばかり起こる。
It was fun. When I was playing with Iska, unexpected things happened all the time.
この世界の本質はカオスで、我々の知恵や知識の及ぶ範囲などごく限られているのだと思い知らされる。
Essence in this world is chaos. Our wisdom and knowledge is limited. He's like, huh. She talks magnificently about catching crayfish and teasing dogs. I lie down on the beach and feel the sunlight. When I lay down like this, I let my mind go blank and I feel like nothing matters. Stare. Huh? She was staring at me. What?
いや、私たちはデートをしているんだなとしみじみ思ってしまったんだ。
I was thinking, we are dating now. Haha.
何か変なこと言ったか？
Sorry, I don't have much of ability to replicate his genuine laugh, you know what I mean? So it's just like, you just like read it, you know? It's a little monotone, but like, I don't know what else to do. Anyway, did I say something wrong? No, it's not like that. Well, I'm just happy, and you made me smile.
私は思ったことを素直に言ったんだぞ。
I just said what was on my mind. She says with her lips pursed all, I think that's how you say that, pursed all pouty-like. I didn't make fun of you. I'm happy because now you know that we're dating.
そういうことなら、それはもう体中で実感してるぞ。
If that's what this is about, I already felt that. Me too.
二人きりのデートなんだな。
It's only you and me. Last year, Kotori and Nagaha were here too.
ハットを忘れてはかわいそうだぞ。
Don't forget Hat. Oh yeah. At the time, everyone just played and had fun. But it's different today. I love you.
私もだぞ。
Oh, I love you too. She replied instantly. After that, she put her hands up to the sky and breathed deeply.
私は葵くんが好きだ。大好きだ。
That's so cute, dude. You get it. She yells it. I love Aoi. She shouted loudly to the sun.
さあ、次は葵くんの番だぞ。
Your turn now. What?
恋人同士なら夕日に向かって愛を叫ぶものだ。まだ夕方ではないが、太陽に叫ぶなら同じことだろう。
Couples proclaim their love, shouting to the sunset. It's not sundown yet, but you can shout it at the sun too. She said with her eyes shining.
叫んではくれないのか？
Don't you want to do it? Hey, for you, anything. For you, absolutely. If she begs me like that, I can't say no. I look up at the sky and breathe deeply. I love Amane!
ありがとう、葵くん。
Thank you, Aoi. What? Wow.
葵くん、葵くん。
Aw, she gave him a kiss. She rubbed her cheek on me and kissed me, leaning on me and saying my name. Then we lied down on the beach.
もう好きすぎてしょうがないんだ。このままずっとこうしていたいぞ。
I love you so much, I want to stay like this forever. I want to stay like this too.
じゃあ、しばらくこのままくっついている。
Okay, let's stay like this a little longer. She said, satisfied, and edged closer to me. After a few seconds, in the sound of the waves, I could hear the way she breathes when she sleeps. That's freaking adorable, dude.
ただいま。
We're home.
おかえり。
Welcome back.
バカ。どうでしたか？
How was the date?
デートっていいな。楽しいし、それに刺激的だ。
It was great. Dates are fun and exciting.
へえ、刺激的ね。
Exciting, huh? Glance. Why are you looking at me like that?
いえいえ、プライベートを詮索するほど私は野暮じゃございませんことよ。
Nothing. I'm far too wise to keep watch over anyone's private life. She grinned at me.
ま、うまくいったようで何よりだよ、葵くん。それよりお腹すいた。
Glad you did well, Aoi. By the way, I'm hungry.
私もだ。 いっぱい体を動かしたからもうお腹ペコペコだ。
Me too. I'm starving after playing so much.
わわ
Alright, I'll heat up some curry.
はーい、カレーだ。一晩置いたからより美味しくなってるんだぞ。
Yay, curry. It'll be good because we let it sit a day. Kaneko, did you make rice?
おー、バッチリだよ。
Yeah, of course.
カレーカレー
Curry.
クワックワッ
I am relieved to have come back to the dormitory. I like exciting dates, but I also like ordinary days, eating good curry together. After all, it's fun to do anything if I'm with Amane. Attaboy, you're darn right. You're darn right. From the mundane to the special, it's all special when you're with Amane. I mean, really, that's kind of true no matter, in game, out of game, whatever, you know. It's time is special depending on who you're with. It's all about what you make of it. Ooh, you guys ready for a flashback? After Isuka and the Soaring Club were revived, the days and the months of the year flew by. The summer of the year, Isuka and I became 4th years.
ほら、ここだよ。うっすらひびが入ってる。
Hey there, there's a faint crack in it.
もう、また作り直しだよ。
Damn, we have to rebuild it again.
これだけ大きいものを作るとなると、普通は起こらないような問題も発生してくるな。
It's only when you start making big things like this that these problems you usually never see crop up.
達也はなんて言ってるんだ？
What does Tatsuya say?
型の作り方から考え直した方がいいって。発泡スチロールなら安いし加工しやすいんじゃないかって言ってた。
He said we should rethink how we make the mold. If we use foam, streen? I don't know what that is. Then it'll be cheap and easy to work with.
なるほど。
I see.
どうしてうまくいかないんだろう。早く飛ばないといけないのに。
Why is everything going wrong? We have to fly soon.
どうしてだ？我々はまだ4年生だ。時間ならあるぞ。
Yeah, I'm willing to bet Isuka doesn't feel like she has a lot of time. Why? We're only 4th years. We have plenty of time.
そうだけど。
Well, yeah, but...
もう少ししたら夏休みだし、そしたら朝からやるよ。
Pretty soon it'll be summer vacation, and then we can start work in the mornings.
それは構わないのだが、私は手伝えないかもしれない。
I don't mind, but I might not be able to help.
なんで？
Why not?
父の命令でな。大学へ行かないなら、せめて夏休みの間だけでも勉強してこいと、アメリカへ行くことになりそうなんだ。
My father says that if I'm not going to go to college, then I have to study even on vacation. It looks like I might be going to America.
あっちの大学にある研究室に父の友人がいて、そこで手伝いでもしてこいと。
He's got a friend in a university research lab over there. Suggests for me to go and help out.
私は嫌だと言ったんだが、大学編入を拒んだ手前、無下にもできなくてな。
I said I don't want to go, but I refused my college transfer. I couldn't really say no after that.
そうなんだ。
Really?
アメリカの研究施設を見た私が刺激を受けて、留学したがるに違いないと父は目論んでいるらしい。
When I saw a research institute in America, my dad just decided that it stimulated me and that I wanted to study abroad. Seems like he's already making plans for it.
父は私に似てバカでな。浅はかなんだ。
My dad is dumb like me, dumb and foolish.
あまね、アメリカ行っちゃうの？
Amane, are you gonna go?
夏休みの間だけだ。何、すぐ帰ってくる。
Just for the summer. What? I'll be back before you know it.
そうなんだ。へえ、やっぱすごいね、あまねは。
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, huh? You really are amazing, huh?
いいっすか？
Isuka?
そっかそっか。いいじゃない、留学。あまねには日本じゃ狭すぎるってね。
Right. Wow, study abroad sounds great. Japan's too small for you anyway. Yeah, I don't know, man. Obviously Isuka's not happy with it.
だから留学などしないと言ってるじゃないか。父を納得させたらなるべく早く帰ってくるよ。
I said I have to go. If my dad'll let me, I'll come back as soon as I can. Yeah.
さ、その発泡スチロールで型を作るやり方を調べてみよう。達也が言うなら間違いないだろう。
Anyway, let's look into how to make that mold out of foam streen or whatever that is. If Tatsuya says so, it's gotta be good. 1 year after the reinstatement of the Soaring Club. After that disastrous first test flight, the glider wasn't flown again. We amateurs needed to start thinking first of the tried and true methods. But even still, I had fun. It's refreshing to learn and make new discoveries from continued mistakes. But more than anything, it was exciting to make something with Tatsuya and Itsuka. Progress was definitely slow, but we were making progress. But something was different about Itsuka.
何が何でもこの子は夏休み中に飛ばす。
No matter what, we are gonna fly this baby this summer.
そうしないといけないんだ。
We have to. Why was she in such a hurry? I didn't notice. Oh, see? That's my current... Shout out to the whatever's outside that's making all that noise. I think this is probably...
もしもし葵、聞こえる？
Hang on, sorry. I think that's probably what happened. I mean, Isuka probably flew the glider when... if Amane actually left, Isuka probably flew the glider and then crashed it. Because isn't that something that they said that happened? And then I assumed Isuka died in the crash, but maybe she didn't die. Maybe she was, like, in a coma or something. You know what I mean? Who knows? Anyway, hello? Aoi, can you hear me? Loud and clear.
どんな感じ？
How is it? Good, good. The other day we adjusted the rudder and it's working out well.
小鳥、どう？楽しんでる？
How about you, Kotori? Having fun?
もちろんよ。空から眺める風が浦の街並みは綺麗ね。
Yeah, of course. Kazagura looks so beautiful from the sky. We're going to fly a little more, and if we can't catch a thermal draft, we'll come back.
了解。気をつけてね。
Roger, be careful. On vacation, having finished late, Kotori, who had gone home to see her family, had come back to Kazagura. We had another test flight immediately.
葵くん、操縦上手くなったんじゃない？
Aoi, have you gotten better with the controls? Maybe.
休み前に乗せてもらった時よりずっとスムーズよ。乗り心地がいい。
It's much smoother than when I rode before our vacation. It feels good. I've come to long for this glider. There's no doubt that I'm performing better, but it's more difficult than it was before. While adjusting for that now, I'm getting more experience under my belt. We just can't find a good thermal draft, huh? Seems like the air currents have calmed down.
もっと高く上がりたいのに。
Yeah, I wish we could go higher than this though. We'll circle around one more time and then head back to the runway.
わかった。
Gotcha. So you know, they're flying, they're doing their thing.
望月め、理事会に気に入られてるからって好き勝手やりよって。
Oh, why this guy? I hate this guy. Damn Mochizuki, the board just loves her and she just does whatever she wants.
あのことを忘れたのか、あいつは。
Has she forgotten?
やはりあの時、あれを渡さなかった俺の判断は間違っていなかった。
I was wrong.
渡していたら今頃。
Sorry, too early. I was wrong not to turn in my judgment that time. If I had, then... Huh? What the hell does he want?
Ah. あいつらめ。
Oh, sorry, I was waiting for more. No, they didn't. He's just the worst, dude. Just the worst. Like, get a hobby. Like, go away.
お疲れ。
He's such an asshole. Anyway, good work, all. Once on the ground, we open the canopy and feel a cool breeze blow.
あじー。水。
It's so hot. I need water.
はーいよ。よく冷えたお水だよ。
There you go. Nice and cold.
ありがとう、アゲハ。愛してる。
Thanks, Ageha. I love you.
葵くんも。
Oh, here's one for you too, Aoi. Thanks. Gulp, gulp. Ah, flying in this season really is rough.
先輩、タオルどうぞ。
Here's a towel. Asa and Yoru brought us towels. I take the towel and wipe my face, then I hold onto Amane's hand while I climb out of the cockpit.
どうだった上は。
How was it up there? No good. The currents are too calm and we can't find a draft to ride.
そっか。今日は機体の調整に集中した方が良さそうだね。
Right. I guess it's best to focus on adjustments to the glider today. Well, we're just about to start training for the first real flight. Flying up to an altitude of 2 kilometers where the morning glory happens with a tow winch is no easy feat.
ねえ、次誰が乗る？
Hey, who's riding next?
はいはいはい。
Ooh, me.
私は姉さんの後でいいわ。
I can go after my sister does.
了解。じゃあ私はウィンチ担当ね。
Roger, I'm on the winch then. When I fly, someone comes along for the ride. That's a good part about the multi-seat model. Putting me, the pilot, aside, the flights have been very rewarding for everyone involved with the maintenance and manufacture.
じゃあ少し休憩したらまた上がってくれる？
Okay, alright, let's take a break and then go back up. Yeah, sounds good.
お前たち。
I was about to say, there's no way this good feeling is gonna last. It wouldn't have shown Tabayoko before otherwise. You! Huh?
ゲゲ。
She's like, oh god, why? Ugh.
なんかややこしいのが来た。
Here comes trouble. Tabioka came striding across the runway. Having just made a, look of disgust, Kotori straightened out her expression and prepared herself to take the brunt of what was coming at the club leader as the club leader.
何かご用ですか、飛岡先生。
On what business have you come, Mr. Tabioka?
誰に許可を取ってここを使っている？
Who gave you permission to use this place?
ちゃんと持ち主に許可もらってますけど。
Huh? We have the permission of the owner.
そんなはずはない。先日うちの生徒に滑走路を使わせないよう要請しておいたはずだ。
He's such a prick, dude. I doubt that. The other day I put in a request for our students not to be allowed to use the runway.
はあ？何それ？
You did what?
小鳥先輩、血が出てます。敬語敬語。
Pff, to hell with that. Rip him a new one. Anyway, Kotori, don't forget he's a teacher. Talk respectfully.
とにかくすぐに撤収しろ。
Anyway, leave the premises immediately. We all look at one another.
じゃあ確認してからで。
Sure, right after we confirm this.
この俺がダメだと言っているんだ。
I've already told you no.
飛岡先生。
Mr. Tabioka? Having watched from behind, Amane stepped forward timidly.
一応私が顧問ということになっているので、何かあるなら私に言っていただきたいのですが。
Hell yeah. Amane's like, hey, I'm the supervisor, bro. I'm not a kid anymore. Anyway, for the time being, I am acting as the club supervisor. If there is an issue, I would like you to please bring it to my attention.
何が顧問だ？
Advisor, you say.
あんな形で学校に居残って迷惑をかけ続け、やっと卒業したと思ったら。
You stuck around the school for so long, getting in the way, and just when I thought you'd graduated and gone away. She's like, Amane looked at Tabioka apologetically.
さっきまた飛んでいたようだが、誰が乗っていたんだ？
It looks like you were flying before. Who was riding? Don't tell the truth. If he learns that Kotori was riding, then he's gonna probably turn right back around to her family. I was. I raised my hand and stepped forward. I'm not guilty of anything, so I stand proudly.
一人か？
Alone? No.
私も乗ってました。
Wow, you guys are stupid. You guys are so stupid. Like, he had no way of knowing. Just don't tell him the truth. Like, look, like, because it should be fine, but, like, you know he's obviously a prick. It's no secret. The guy is an asshole. And his only goal is to make sure all of us don't have any fun, right? Even if it's completely legal, right? So knowing that, you should not admit to this, because you know what he's gonna do. He's gonna try and look for any excuse he can to be an asshole. So he's probably gonna go running to Kotori's family and be like, "Hey, did you know your daughter's riding? Like, what's up with that?" Like, he's gonna turn this against you. It is ridiculously stupid to actually be like, "I was absolutely. What could go wrong?" Like, he's already being a moron. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get the compliance. I don't understand that. Like, if he's being an asshole, I would tell him as much. Like, hey, bro, guess what? You're kind of an asshole. And I would do whatever I could to fight against him. Like, I don't get the whole be respectful just because he's older. That's, like, I don't know. It's probably a cultural difference, to be honest. Like, I imagine it's like a cultural thing, right? Like, you know, obviously I live in America. I'm just saying that, like, but my take would be so incredibly different. I can't understand that you have to be respectful just because he's older. Like, well, you know, guess what? Assholes get older too. It's just like, so he, you know, he was probably a jerk when he was young. He's a jerk when he's old. It doesn't make a difference. He's not better just because he's older than you. Anyway, Tabioka looked at Kotori and frowned.
望月、お前、ハバネの体のこと分かっているのか？
Isn't Habane her sister? Isn't that her sister? See, this is already bad news because, like, you admitted it, and I think he does know the whole Kotori's backstory thing, so he's probably gonna turn this around. It was so stupid to admit that. Mochizuki, you do understand Habane's condition, don't you?
分かっていますが。
I do, but
ならどうして？
so then why?
ちょっと、私の体がなんだってのよ。
Wait, what about my condition? Oh, Habane, like last name. Sorry, I was thinking Habane's her last name. It's Kotori's last name. Sorry. So you talked about it like she wasn't there. So that's my bad. Habane's last name, right? Wait, what about my condition? Boiling with anger, Kotori snaps at Tabioka, but no one stops her. Rather, we help by glaring at Tabioka.
そうです。足が不自由でもグライダーの座席には座れます。一体何の問題が？
That's right. She can't walk, but she can sit in a glider seat. What could possibly be wrong with that?
親御さんが心配するとは思わんのか？
Don't you think her parents will worry? Hearing mention of her parents, Kotori falters. Certainly they would worry. That's why that remark is so terrible to make in front of Kotori. She felt it ever so slightly. My first impulse was to come back at him, but on the verge of doing so, I shut my mouth. I would have not shut my mouth. I'd be like, listen, bro, how about you step back, you stupid old piece of shit? Anyway, sorry. Because I could see in his expression that the Tapioca I thought was just insulting Kotori actually was worried about her. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he's just a prick. That's what I think. And because of that, I let the timing slip away from me, and in the end, I said nothing. Wow. What an asshole. Now, Misagi, I'm almost positive, is Isuka's last name, so that's pretty neato. Thanks, dude. How about you just bring up all the bad memories you possibly could come up with? Please, don't tell me you forgot about Misagi. Wow, Amane, just deck him. Just drop him. Just slap him, please. Okay, now you definitely should punch him. It's because of you that she... You want that to happen again? Wow. I hope Aoi drops him. Tapioca glared at the dumbfounded Amane. Anyway, clear the premises now. Saying only that, Tapioca strode away without waiting for a response. I would have just dropped him. The second he mentioned her name, I would have dropped him. Amane? Yeah, sorry everyone. I'm shameless as far as supervisors go. You okay, Amane? Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry everyone, but let's clear out of here for today. I'll go talk to the runway owner about this. There wasn't anything we could do about it, so we cut today's flight short. Wow, I would have dropped him, dude. The second he started throwing blame like that, I would have absolutely dropped him. Like, I just such an asshole. Just like... I absolutely can. Is it that hard to believe? The dude's a prick. Like, there are a few people I hate more. Like, just hate him, dude. I absolutely just would have dropped him. The second he name-dropped Isuka like that, I already would have been yelling at him just for the comments to Kotori. But name-dropping Isuka and, like, rubbing it in Amane's face, that I would have dropped him for. Especially if I was dating... If I was Aoi and he had said that to Amane, then I would have hit him. Then that would definitely have happened. I don't care if he's a student. I don't care if Aoi's a student, and I don't care if, if whatever, Tapioca's as old as the hills. That, like, I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, if I was Aoi, she'd be my girlfriend, and that is so beyond, like, so far beyond a line that he should have crossed. Like, such a piece of shit. Hate him so bad. I can't believe Mr. Tapioca would do something like that. I absolutely can. Hate that guy. Anchan and everyone from the Soaring Club except Amane was gathered at the Flying Fish Inn dining hall. I don't get why he hates us so much. He's an asshole. I can't really say he's crafty. Persistent is more like it. Anchan was deep in thought and listening to everyone talk. Maybe it's our fault. What do you mean? Anchan thought hard for a moment, then opened his mouth again. The Tapioca I knew was up front with you, passionate about education, and was fair. He wasn't the most likable, but he didn't exactly incur everyone's fiery hatred either. At the very least, I didn't hate him. So what, he just got crotchety in his old age? I don't care, he's an asshole. I don't care. Anyway, what? You lie. No, that sounds about right. Especially the students in his homeroom class. He took care of them and they liked him for it. All of our faces all at once screwed up with disbelief. When it all changed was after the accident. The accident. We knew what that alluded to immediately. Asa and Yoru were unaware of the incident, so they wore puzzled expressions. At the time, Isuka was in Tapioca's homeroom class. The straight-laced teacher had no idea what to do with Isuka, who was like a wildcat. Talking about those times, a smile grew across Anshan's face.
だからソアリング部の活動にも気を配っていた。イスカやアマネに尋ねても拉致が開かないから、よく俺のところに活動状況を聞きに来てたよ。
That's why he was so watchful over the soaring club. He couldn't get anywhere by asking Amane or Iska, so he used to come to me to ask about our club activities and how things were.
意外とマメな人なんですね。
He's really fake, huh?
何言ってるのよ姉さん。嫌がらせもマメだったじゃない。
What are you talking about, sis? His nasty attitude was fake too.
そっか。
Oh.
どうしてそんなに気にしてたのかしら。
Why did he care so much?
さあ、イスカが体が弱かったからだと思うけど、単に危なっかしいやつだったからかもしれない。
Good question. I think it was because Iska's body was weak, but he might have just been a very cautious person.
そんなある日、心配していた出来事が起こった。
Then one day, exactly what
あ
he...
の事故だ。
Sorry, too fast. There was a bigger pause than I thought. Then one day, exactly what he feared happened. We nearly swallow our tongues in anticipation. It was serious to be sure, but a glider accident could happen to us too. What kind of accident was it?
俺もアマネも事故があったことしか知らない。
Amane and I don't know any more than that there was one.
あの時、アマネはアメリカにいて、俺も風ヶ浦を離れていたんだ。
Amane was in America, and I wasn't in Kazagura at the time. Ah, okay. So Iska probably did a test flight, and then there was an accident, but like all the details are very quiet. You know what I mean? So it's like, and they're like swept it under the rug is what it seems like to me. So it's like we don't really know what's happening with Iska. Is she dead? Is she alive? Who knows? But Amane apparently that summer did go to America, and I guess Tatsuya wasn't in Kazagura.
俺たちがそれを知った時、イスカはすでに退学していて、ガレージには壊れた機体が残されていた。
When we heard, Iska had already withdrawn from school, and the broken glider was left in the garage. Okay, so she didn't die in the crash. So she's, I mean, either that or she did die in the crash, and they're sweeping it under the rug. But maybe she's not dead. Maybe she's not dead. Maybe there was a crash. The broken glider was just left behind, and they pulled her from school. Maybe she is in a coma or something. And they were just keeping it quiet. I don't know. Interesting.
状況から見て、無理なフライトをして落ちたのが原因らしかった。
Judging by the circumstances, it seemed it fell during an impossible flight.
落ちた。
It fell. This was news to us, having just come back from today's test flights.
機体に原因があったんですか。
Was there a problem with the glider? Anshan nods.
主翼に亀裂が入っていたんだ。応急処置はしてあったようだが。
Ah. Well, I mean, Amane was trying to make the wing the first time. Like, apparently it was always a problem of theirs, is the ability to make the wings, like, correctly. Like, because when we first met Amane, the wings broke off for that time, too. And so, that makes sense. Anyway, there was a crack in the wing. They had to execute emergency procedures.
なんでイスカさんはあんちゃんもアマネ先輩もいないのにそんな機体でフライトしようとしたの？
Why did she try to fly a craft with a problem like that when there was neither you nor Amane were around? Well, I think she was desperate. I think she always felt like she wasn't going to live very long. I think she was desperate, so she was like, I have to do it this summer, and, you know, she got impatient.
イスカとアマネがソアリング部を復活させて1年。試行錯誤を重ねたものの、ろくな成果を上げられずにいた。
Even a year after reviving the soaring club, Iska and Amane hadn't gotten any decent test results.
いつまでも飛べないでいることに、イスカは焦っていたんだろうと思う。
I think Iska might have gotten impatient with not flying for so long.
先生らからのプレッシャーもあったしな。
Besides, she had pressure from the teachers. Pressure from the teachers? Anshan nods gravely.
本来アマネは慶風学園に来るような生徒じゃない。それがお父さんの縁故と通いやすさがあって慶風学園に入学してきた。
Originally, Amane wasn't the kind of student to come to Keifu Academy. It was her father's connections that got her in.
アマネにとってはどこでもよかったんだと思う。実際あいつは3年の時、大学編入を拒んだ。その理由が勉強ならどこでもできるだからな。
I think anywhere was fine with Amane. In fact, when she was a third year, she turned down a transfer to a university. I think the reason she gave was she could study anywhere. I think the reason she gave was that she could study anywhere. Anshan smiles wryly. To Amane, it was a weak notion that one learns from teachers. If there is something you want to know, you research it. You experiment for yourself. She considers that common sense. I think she's right. She is definitely right. 100%. Figure it out for yourself. A lot of people, especially in my experience with high school, you didn't learn nothing. I learned nothing useful in high school. Everything I learned was what I had to figure out or something my parents taught me. I didn't learn anything useful in high school, so I would say she's darn right. I heard she taught herself to draw the schematics for the improvements we're testing too. I mean, it's a little bit different too because of course Amane is like a genius. I mean, so that is a huge part of it. But even so, I do think that is pretty much true across the board to some extent. And they took a while to draw.
そのアマネがイスカのような不良生徒にそそのかされて何の成果も出ないグライダー製作をしている。
Tempted by a bad student like Iska, she was building a glider that was going nowhere.
アマツさえ大学編入を拒んでまで。
And what's more is that it went to the point that she turned down a college transfer.
なるほど。
I see. Yoru nods, anticipating the next part.
望月あまねという天才の輝かしい未来が台無しにされかねない。
The brilliant Amane Mochizuki was gonna have her future ruined. Right, so everyone got all the whole, like, Iska is a bad influence, you know what I mean? As if it's any of their damn business. They just hate people, dude.
ってところかしら。
Perhaps. It is Anchan's turn to nod. Huh. Yoru sighed, apparently tired of the whole ordeal. It could be that she too is made out to be a genius and is being pushed into a future that has nothing to do with what she wants. Exactly. It's like, man, apparently like a kid being brilliant is always bad news for the kid. You know what I mean? Because everyone is all in your future, in your life, you know? Suddenly you can't do with whatever you love to do because it'd be a waste of your talent or whatever. It's so freaking tragic, dude. It's bullshit.
スワリング部、そしてイスカへの風当たりが強くなり、あいつは焦っていたみたいだった。早く成果を出さないとと。
The opposition against the Soaring Club and Iska was getting stronger, so she was in a hurry, like she just had to get some results out there.
その成果っていうのが
And the results were
テストフライトを成功させること。
a successful test flight. But she failed. The price for daring an impossible flight with a damaged glider was too great. The craft was half destroyed and Iska...
あの頃、ほとんどの先生がアマネの将来を憂い、イスカを悪者にしようとしていた。
Back then, almost all of the teachers worried about Amane's future and put the blame on Iska.
ただ一人、飛岡先生を除いて、な。
All of them but Mr. Tapioca, that is.
飛岡先生は担任としてイスカをかばい、アマネもイスカも同等に扱うよう働きかけていたんだ。
As her homeroom teacher, Mr. Tapioca covered for Iska and treated both of them the same. Seems a little hard to believe. Everyone felt depressed. About Iska too, but it was also that we had thought sarcastically for so long about how to end the tyranny of Mr. Tapioca. Yeah, because he deserves it. Now that we know about a side of him we had never even imagined, we had no idea what to think of him. I still very clearly know what I think of him.
じゃあ飛岡はそれでスワリング部をあまねちゃんを恨んでるってこと？
So, is that where his grudge against Amane and the Soaring Club comes from? Anchan shakes his head and makes a face that says he doesn't know.
でもそれって逆恨みじゃん。あまね先輩は悪くないよ。
What's the justification for that, though? Amane isn't a bad person.
俺もそう思うよ。それに、その事情をさっぴいても、飛岡先生が未だに固執してるのは不自然に感じる。
Yeah, I 100% agree. It is unnatural. Anyway, I agree. And what's more is that even if you separate those circumstances from the equation, it feels unnatural for Mr. Tapioca to persist like this. Today, it seemed like Tapioca was worried about Katori. Pfft, no, it didn't. No, it didn't. Whether this overlaps with Iska or if, as a teacher, he simply cares about Katori, who can't walk, he doesn't. He doesn't at all. I 100% disagree.
誰が悪いってわけじゃないのかもしれない。誰も悪くなくてもうまくいかないことだってある。
It may not be a question of someone being a bad person. Even if no one is bad, sometimes things just don't go right. So, since then, you haven't seen Iska, huh?
ああ、そうだ。
That's right. I glance at Asa and Yoru. They nod and face Anchan's direction. Gasp! Are we actually gonna get some closure? Oh man, I'm excited. The reason we had Anchan come here today is not to hear about Tapioca.
ミサギイスカさんのことおじいちゃんにお願いして聞いてきました。
We went to ask a favor of Iska's grandfather, to ask about Iska. Oh, are we gonna get closure? Are we gonna find out what happened? Anchan's expression hardens with worry.
今どこにいるかはわかりません。けど事故で亡くなったとかじゃないそうです。
Right now, we don't know where she is, but it seems she wasn't lost in the accident.
もともと体が弱かったとかで もうずっとどこかの療養所にいるみたい。
Her body was so weak that she has been in a care home somewhere this whole time. Wow. So she's still alive. She's just in a care facility. Well, we have to find out where she is. Like, is she conscious? Like, if so, like, she needs her friends still, dude. I want this closure. I want this closure for Amane and for Tatsuya, man, so badly.
療養所
A care home?
場所までは聞けませんでした。向こうは娘のことを詮索されるのを嫌がったみたいで。
I don't care what her mother
連
wants.
絡先も教えてもらえませんでした。
I don't care what her mother wants. We have to find her anyway. She has friends, like people who still care. Anyway, we couldn't ask where. It seemed like her mother didn't like us snooping around. We look at Anshan.
そうかちゃんと無事なんだな
So she's alright. It's hard to say that she's alright being in a care home and all, but at least she survived the accident. Wearing a complex expression, Anshan muttered.
療養所
A rest home. He thought deeply.
ごめんなさい。あまりお役に立てなくて。
Sorry we're not more helpful.
いやそんなことはないよすごく助かるありがとう二人とも
No, that's not it. You've been very helpful. Thanks, you two. It may not be much information, but for Anshan, this is the first news he's heard since the accident.
ところでアマネのやつ遅いな
By the way, Amane's really late.
そういえば、
Yeah, now that you mention it. Everyone looks at me. What? After we abandoned the test and left the runway, she went to go talk to the owner. After that, she just said, I have some things to do and went back to the garage.
あいつにも話したのか
Did you talk to her too? Yeah. Yeah, same as you. She had mixed feelings about it, but was relieved.
そうか
I see.
ねえ葵、迎えに行った方がいいんじゃない？
Hey, Aoi, maybe you should go pick her up. Yeah, you're right. Interesting. So Isuka's alive? Anyway, outside the sun had gone down and it was pitch black. What is she doing this late at night? I started to worry.
葵
Aoi. Huh? Anshan. After me, Anshan had come outside. I guess he's going home already. We sort of fell into step together. Interesting. Wow.
今日はありがとうな葵
Man, what a roller coaster. Thanks for today, I haven't really done anything. If you want to thank someone, thank Asa and Yoru.
まあそうなんだけどな
Well, that's true, but
けどお前がつなげてくれた
hey, you brought us back together.
イスカやアマネとも他のみんなともな
Isuka, Amane, and the others
お前が
too.
みんなをつなげてる
Sorry, too fast. Isuka, Amane, and the others too. You brought everyone together. I suppose. I don't think I had anything to do with it. Without me, everyone would still get along very well. I mean, not really though. Like, you were the instrument that got everyone back together, really. So it's like, you know, I mean, maybe they would have theoretically gotten along without you, but like, they also probably wouldn't have met without you. You know what I mean? Not like gone through with it. Because if nothing else, it would have been like, you know, Kotori would have probably left school because she was on the way of doing that without Aoi's intervention. You know what I mean? And then Ageha would have been like, you know, separated. I mean, you know what I mean? Like without it, like without that catalyst of things changing, like, you know, everyone would have gone their separate ways. You know what I mean? Like Amane would have still left in the summer, but she wouldn't have made any friends and she would have just moved on. And you know what I mean? Like, I mean, he was instrumental in all that. Anyway, while I was thinking about that, Anshan laughed. Or laughed happily, sorry. Bwahaha. What? Anshan? All of a sudden, he patted me forcefully on the head.
お前はそれでいい
Oh, you're good the way you are. Never change. What? Not understanding I asked, but he just laughed and didn't explain anything.
俺はお前のようにできなかった
I wasn't able to be like you.
イスカがいなくなった後アマネはひどい状態だった
After we lost Isuka, Amane was in terrible shape.
誰とも接することなく無表情にガレージにこもり続ける毎日
She wouldn't talk to anyone. She showed no facial expressions. She just holed herself up in the garage every day.
けど俺は何もしてやれなかった
And I couldn't do anything about it.
自分のことで手一杯だったから
I had my hands full with my own feelings. Because you loved Isuka, right?
ああ
Yeah.
お前らにあんちゃんって呼ばれて大人ぶってたけどまだガキだったんだな俺も
You all call me Anshan, and I pretend to be an adult, but I'm really just a kid. Tatsu, you're the best, dude. You're the best person ever. Best person ever. That's the kind of adult we really need. Someone who, like, you know, can, like, hang with the people he used to hang with as kids, but still be an adult. Like, you know what I mean? Don't just turn around and become an asshole like a lot of other adults. Like, God, that's exactly what we needed.
いなくなったイスカより目の前にいる親友に手を貸すべきだった
Rather than focusing on the friend I lost, I should have helped the friends I had in front of me.
今のあいつを見てるとあの頃のことが嘘みたいだ。だから余計に不安になる。
Looking at her now, the Amane back then doesn't seem real anymore, so it's got me really worried.
また何かの拍子にあんな風になっちまうんじゃないかって。
Given the chance, I wonder if she would get that way again. Anshan.
ま、大丈夫か。今は葵がいるもんな。
It's alright, you're here now. He puts his arm around my shoulders and gives me a hug.
お前は俺の誇りだよ。葵みたいな弟がいてよかった。
I'm proud of you. I wish I'd had a little brother like you. Oh, my heart, dude, the feels! But I haven't really done anything. Embarrassed, I stumbled over my own words. It made me happy to be praised, but that didn't make me nearly as happy as being called his brother. Oh, my heart, dude! It's not just me, you know. Kotori, Ageha, Asa, Yoru, and Welp, you too.
ああ、そうだったな。
Yeah, that's right too, isn't it? Before we knew it, we came to the pass that split the way between the school and Anshan's.
じゃあな、葵。いろいろありがとうな。
See ya, Aoi. Thanks for everything. No, thank you. See ya, Anshan. Good night. Anshan headed home, waving goodbye to me. It's good, though, if I can be even a little helpful to him. I said quietly, watching him walk away. Oh, dude, the feels! Oh, the feels, dude. The sun having gone down, the school was deep in pitch darkness. I can see the light of the hallway's emergency exit signs on the other side of the windows. I wonder if Amane's still there. I tried calling her cell, but she didn't answer. Actually, a ringtone came from her room on the second floor, so she must have left it there and gone outside. What the hell is the point of having a cell then? Anyway, it's just awkward because obviously Aoi had that same problem. I mean, he keeps leaving the phone and stuff. He keeps leaving his own phone everywhere too, so, you know. Anyway, complaining, I thought of Amane alone and holed up in the garage, avoiding Anshan. I just couldn't imagine her like that. No, I just don't want to. She said that when she was little, the world looked great to her. And she said that she was raised without really feeling any joy. So it probably follows that Amane, being a genius, couldn't empathize with the thoughts of the more average children around her. And it must have been hard for those other children to empathize with her too. For a long time, that's just how things were. She just didn't get along with the other children. The one who changed that was Izuka. Izuka actively tried to empathize with her. They understood each other and tried to close the distance between themselves. That's what friendship is about. Izuka may have been Amane's first friend. The first friend to call her dumb and the first to look into her eyes. She lost that friend suddenly, and never heard why. That must have been hard, huh, Amane? It's so unsettling to think about that I just can't. It's so unsettling to think about that I just can't calm myself. Right now, she's probably in the garage. Amane. I passed through the courtyard and hurried around the schoolhouse to the garage and back. Yeah, you gotta be there, dude. I think she's, she's probably not doing very well. Just as I'd expected, the light was on in the garage. Amane? When I looked inside, Amane was doing something with the computer, staring at the screen. The intensity of her concentration stopped me from calling out to her. Oh, I see. What's she looking at? Maybe she's working. From time to time, I glimpsed surprise and admiration on her face. Oh. Then her voice rose with a soft yelp of admiration, and her face drew closer to the screen. She's peering right into the screen. My urge to call to her was subdued by my curiosity as I peeked at the screen from behind her. There was a black and white image. Is she watching another movie? It's not like it's a problem for her to watch movies, but she's influenced easily. I'm worried that she might say something strange all of a sudden. I call her anyway. Amane? Huh? Oh, you're here, Aoi. I just got here. Are you watching movies again?
そうなんだ。前に見そびれたものをまた借りてきたんだが。
Yeah, I'm watching a movie I couldn't watch last time. You don't have to study anymore, do you?
いや、また一つ葵くんにしてほしいことが増えた。
I found something that I want you to do. Okay. I have a bad feeling about this. I'll listen anyway, but what do you want me to do?
火を飛び越えてくれ。
What? I want you to jump over a fire. No. Aw. I knew it would be something terrible. It's fine if you want to copy someone showing off, but that's just a movie. I want us to have a normal relationship. Aren't you satisfied?
私はその普通を知らなかったから。
I don't know what normal is. That's right, but
私はただ葵くんと忘れられない思い出をたくさん作りたいだけなんだ。
I just want to share some unforgettable memories with you. I'm glad that you think like that.
おう、ならば 火を飛び越えてくれるか。
Okay, so why don't you jump over a fire? No.
いいじゃないかケチ。
Do it for me. I'm not going to. I stopped arguing and turned my back to her. And then I sat down to show her that I was angry.
葵くん、
Aoi?
葵くん、怒っているのか。
Are you angry, Aoi? Don't talk to me. I came here because I was worried about her, but I was worried because of Anchan. It has nothing to do with her, but
おい、葵くん。
hey, Aoi. Looks away.
葵くんが怒ってしまったぞ。どうしよ
Oh, he is angry. What should I do? She looks worried and flustered.
う。なあ、葵くん。なあってば。
Hey, Aoi, hey. She looked into my face from behind. Looks away again. Amane groaned, completely confused.
どうしたら許してくれる？
How can you forgive me? She looks miserable and sounds as if she might cry. It would be wrong to punish her any more than this. I glanced at her. If I could sleep with my head on your lap. I answered red-faced, and her face brightened right up.
する。してあげるぞ、膝枕。
Okay, I'll do it. Then she tapped her lap joyfully. Well, I mean, I don't blame him at all. Like, at all. But I just, but like, I wouldn't have been a child about it either. Blushes. Good lord, dude, I certainly don't blame him. At all. I put my head on her lap. I pretended to be angry but secretly I was all warm and fuzzy inside. My face must be red, I thought.
おお、葵くんの機嫌が治ってきたかもしれない。
Oh, you're not mad anymore, she said, looking at me. Yes, I am. I turned away on her lap.
あ、まだだった。こ
Oh, not yet. She rubbed my head to make me feel better.
うしてると実家の猫を思い出すな。
It reminds me of my cat back home.
母が飼ってるんだ。虎吉といって一家の中で2番目に偉い。
My mother has one. It's called Torakichi, and it has the second most authority in the house. Who has the most?
もちろん母だ。
My mother, of course. Then the cat? How about the other family members?
私が3番目で父が最下位だ。
I'm third, and my father has the least. How did they decide on a standard?
虎吉は偉いから、もし膝に乗られたら虎吉が満足するまで動いてはいけない。
Torkichi.
それが我が家の絶対的ルールなのだ。
Sorry, too fast. Torkichi is important, so if he comes to lie in your lap, you can't move until he's satisfied. That's the rule in my house. Also, hang on, I gotta resync. I'll see you guys in just a second. Okay, we're back. Anyway, sorry, I'm trying a new thing of doing that every hour, because all of my games on PC stuff desync so stinking quickly that I'm starting to do that. I might finally suck it up and go to the other way, that I could fix this audio desync problem, because I know how to fix it. The other way is I could record my voice instead of having a separate program. I could combine it into one file with the gameplay, but the downside of that is I would have to do an audio test beforehand to see if my voice versus the game was a good level. You know what I mean? So it's it's not awesome because it's not as easy to adjust on the fly as doing it the way I currently do it is, which is having them separate. But unlike my Elgato, OBS doesn't have a convenient little drop down to save them both, like to record them both in the same program and save them as separate files. My Elgato has a cute little drop down that does that, and OBS does not. And so, because why would that be convenient? And so yeah, but that's the other way I could do it. That used to be the way I used to do it, but it was convenient to adjust quickly if I recorded them on separate programs. But I might have to suck it up because this whole syncing on the hour thing is a big pain in the butt. Anyway, sorry. Sounds tiring.
すぐすねるからな、虎吉は。今の葵くんみたいに。
It's easy for Torakichi to get upset. He's like you are now.
でもそこが可愛いんだ。
But it's very cute. She smiles joyfully and strokes my head. Okay, I am like a cat. But if I can cuddle on her lap, it's not that bad. Cuddling kind of feels good. I'm a dorm mother, and before I came back to Kazagura, I followed my dad around in the countryside and did housework. My mother is strict, and I wasn't the type to be very affectionate. I probably only acts that way with Anshan. So if she spoils me like this, I'll want to stay this way forever. Amane. Roll, roll, roll. I rolled over on her lap.
どうしたんだ、葵くん。
What's up, Aoi? I love you.
私も好きだぞ、葵くん。
I love you too. I want you to kiss me.
いいぞ。
Okay. She said and leaned over to me. It was a sweet kiss. My face turns red because I'm both happy and embarrassed.
よし、今度こそ機嫌が治ってきた。
Okay, you are feeling better. My angry feelings were subsiding.
私は許してもらえたのか葵くん。
Did you forgive me? Do you feel sorry about it?
ああ、もう葵くんを困らせたりしないぞ。
Yes, it won't happen again. Okay. Maybe I was the one who was being selfish. But if I don't punish her, she'll probably do it again. Let's go home.
少しだけ待ってくれ。今、仕事のデータをダウンロードしている最中なんだ。
Can you wait a moment? I'm downloading data for work. It should be done in 5 minutes. I have nothing to do but just sit on the chair. I grabbed the picture of the morning glory from the desk. When Iska looked at this, it made her want to fly a glider.
ああ、そうだ。ガレージに残されていたフライトログに挟まっていた。
That's right. It was in the flight log she left in the garage. Uh-huh. The cloud in the photo is both magnificent and beautiful. I could understand why it made her feel that way. Amane awkwardly watched me as I looked at the picture. What is it? She hesitates to speak and looks down.
イスカたちとここで活動していた頃、その写真は今と同じように机の上にあった。
When we were doing our club activities with Iska, the picture was on the desk as it is now.
けど、イスカがいなくなった後、写真立ての中から写真だけが消えていた。
But after Iska left, the frame remained while only the picture disappeared. That's right, Katori found this picture. She said she found it in Iska's flight log. Before that, the picture frame was here, empty. That was before we joined the club. That means that she took it out on purpose?
なぜだと思う？
What do you think? I don't know. It's weird. The flight log was also hidden in Katori's room. Maybe she just did it on a whim. It doesn't mean anything.
かもしれないな。
Yeah, probably. We're talking about the kind of person to hide Amane's glasses here. Oh, the download's done. She turned off the computer. Let's go home. Everyone might be worried. Okay. I put the picture frame back on the desk. Yeah. Interesting. Tie it down tight so it doesn't blow away. After the flight test, we didn't put the glider in the trailer. We just left it there and put a sheet on it. We don't take the glider apart. We just leave it here like this and go home.
いよいよ合宿が始まるんですね。
Finally, training camp is gonna start. Asa's eyes are shining.
合宿って言っても、当番決めて早起きするだけだけどね。
We just take turns waking up early.
でもワクワクします。
But I'm excited.
わかるわ、その気持ち。私も去年の夏はそうだったもの。
I understand. I was like that last year. Katori looks at the sunset. We start the training camp today. The morning glory will appear at the end of summer, around the end of August or the beginning of September. So we leave the glider here and a person on duty who wakes up early to watch the sky before sunrise to look for the signs and be able to fly as soon as possible. These are very unusual feelings for us. We're very excited.
滑走路続けて使えることになってよかったよね。
I'm glad we can use the runway still.
あまねちゃんのおかげよ。ね、あまねちゃん。
It's thanks to you, Amane.
私は別に何もしてないぞ。
What? I didn't do anything. She said, checking the moorings on the body.
ただ先方に頼みに行っただけだ。
I just asked. The other day, Tabioka banned use of this runway, but before long we got permission to use it again. Tabioka threatened us, saying if something happens, it's your fault for letting them use it. Amane got permission from the school, and she promised she'd take responsibility if something went wrong. They were confused, but some of them were also the OB from the soaring club? I don't know what that means. They're on our side.
でも学校側があっさりこっちの言い分を認めたのってやっぱりあまね先輩だからですよ。
But getting permission was easier because of you, Amane.
さすが大物は違うわね。あまねちゃんを引っ張り込んでおいて正解だった。
You are great. It's good you came back. Don't be smiling like you're up to something. But she was looking at us and smiling with sadness. Maybe she feels uncomfortable to be treated like she's special.
でもそれだとあの飛び岡って先生のメンツ丸つぶれなんじゃ。
That means Mr. Tabioka lost face.
確かにいつも学校じゃ大きな顔してるのにあっさり覆されたんじゃ相当カリカリ来てるかも。
I imagine that's supposed to be he, right? Because like we were just talking about Tabioka, so I'm gonna chalk that up to a typo and say he. Right, he acts like he's so important at the school, but he must be frustrated because no one took his side. We don't want to argue with him, but we just don't feel comfortable because he pokes his nose in our business. Suddenly it's all she, but I'm pretty sure we're talking about Tabioka here. Ugh. Katori stared at the glider covered with the sheet. What's wrong, Katori?
グライダーここに置いておいて 飛び丘に壊されちゃったりしないかしら。
Hey, it's back. Alright, I think we're back to he again. If we leave the glider like this, Tapioca will break it, won't he?
いや、さすがにそこまでは。
I don't think so.
逆恨みによる一時的感情の爆発が起こるかも。
Yeah, like I said, there's like some sort of weird typos going on here. He might explode under the pressure of his grudge.
やっぱり持って帰った方が。
Yeah, we should take it home.
移動と組み立てに時間かかりすぎるし、そしたらモーニンググローリーが来た時、フライトのタイミングを逃しちゃうよ。
It takes time to put it together. If we spot the morning glory, it'll be too late to assemble the glider.
それにガレージに置いてても同じことじゃないかしら。
And the same is true if we put it in the garage.
飛岡先生もガレージの鍵使えるもんね。
Tapioca can use the key to the garage.
そっか。
Yeah, right. I 100% see Katori's point that it seems really... I would be worried too about leaving it, you know what I mean, just open. But at the same time, he could get it in the garage too. Like he has access to the keys. So it's like if he was gonna sabotage it, he could do that anywhere. So it's like, you know, it doesn't help, right? If they had the only keys, then that would be different. I don't think he'll do it. Hey, more importantly, I'm hungry. Let's go back and have dinner. Everyone left filled with anxiety. Yeah, I absolutely get that. I mean, it does seem like a risk, but the alternative is not a good answer.
奴らまだ戻ってきていないのか。
Wow, speaking of the stupid asshole. They're not back yet. There's no one in the garage and the glider's gone. They must be at the runway still.
まったく勝手なことばかりしよって。
They always do whatever they please. I tried to close the runway and put obstacles in their path, but it was no use. Because Mochizuki is the chairman's favorite, thank God. And the other teachers expect a lot from her. She might be able to make Keifu Academy famous.
あいつがどんな実績を作ろうと、それはあいつのものでしかない。
Whatever record she breaks is hers alone. She is a genius, no matter where she goes, she'll break some sort of record. It won't be an accomplishment of our students. I'd rather help students who are trying their hardest. For example, I want to graduate properly.
ミサギ。
Misagi. What the hell do you care about Misagi? I hate this guy. So much.
僕ちゃんと卒業したいんです。
I want to graduate properly.
こんな体だから難しいかもだけど。
But it'll probably be hard because of my condition.
ならちゃんと授業に出ろバカ者。出席日数が足りなくなるぞ。
If you think like that, you should attend your classes, silly. You won't have a good enough attendance record.
いや、そこはほら虚弱体質だから。
But my condition gets in the way of that.
飛び魚層の管理人から報告してもらってる。サボりの時とそうじゃない時くらい分かってるんだぞ。
The owner of the Flying Fish Manor tells me things. I know when you're sick and when you're not.
おばあちゃんひどい。
What? That's
と
awful.
ころで、これか。グライダーっていうのは。
Oh, is this the glider?
はい、そうです。これを僕たちが直して飛ぶんです。
Yes, it is. We're gonna fix it and fly.
よくもまあ、こんなもの。
How can you do this?
順調とは言い難いけど、でも楽しいですよ。アマネもいるし。
I can't say everything is smoothly, but it's fun, and Amane is with us too.
望月か。
Mochizuki.
あいつとお前とでは住む世界が。
You and she live in different worlds.
こんなので空飛んで雲の上まで行っちゃうんですよ。
Can you believe we can fly this above the clouds?
きっとすごい体験になるんだろうな。
It's gonna be great.
そうかもしれんな。
I suppose.
もし飛べるようになったら先生も乗せてあげますね。
If we are able to fly it, I'll invite you. So he wasn't always a total asshole. They're overstepping the bounds of club activities to scratch build a glider and fly the skies. If she wants to concentrate on something, she should find something else. Maybe she should be in the robot club. I didn't like that Isuka Misagi and Amane Mochizuki are getting along together. Yeah, because you're a freaking prick. Misagi's a wild student and she does rather strange things. It's probably because her body's weak and she can't come to classes often, so she can't get along with others and is isolated. I tried to watch over her to make sure she didn't do anything too rash or irresponsible, but then Mochizuki came into her life. Amane Mochizuki. She shouldn't have come to a school like ours. She didn't need to take classes. I mean, it is a waste of her time. If she wants to learn, she could do it on her own. I thought she just needed a certificate. But then she turned down an offer to transfer to a college and stayed at our school. I didn't like her, because of her Misagi could do anything that she came up with. It was just pranks until now, but they tried to fix a glider by themselves and tried to fly in the sky. Then there was the accident.
そのせいで、ミサギは。
And because of that, Misagi is... Every time I think about it, I regret not stopping her. They are trying to fly again. as high up as the clouds.
今度こそ。
This time. Wow. I just hate him. I don't care about his reasoning. I follow his logic. I still hate him. Because here's the thing. His logic is, you know, like, he thinks it's like whatever. It's maybe he didn't have a very strong opinion before, like, because he's thought whatever, right? If, you know, if the girl fools around with a glider, who cares? It doesn't matter. She can't do it anyway. But then when Amane, who actually has the skill to do a lot of this stuff, like the you know, as far as being able to actually do a lot of, you know, helping it happen, now suddenly it's a real threat of happening. So then suddenly he cared. Okay, so then his logic is he didn't step in, he didn't feel like he was aggressive enough last time and he didn't step in. Okay, so then Masagi, you know, the accident happened, now she's gone or whatever. Apparently not, surprisingly not dead. And so now she's gone. He blames it like, "Oh, I should have stepped in. I could have done something." So now this time he's getting super duper aggressive and ruining everyone else's lives. I follow the logic. Logically I'm there. I still think he's a prick and I still think he's an asshole and I think his logic is stupid. You know what I mean? Because like he was like, I didn't like Amane because she was smart. That's why he didn't like her, because she's gifted. So he has the same exact problem as most of the rest of everyone does, that they're all scared of Amane because she's isolated from other kids. He has the exact same perspective, that he doesn't like her because she's different, she's smarter, she's whatever. You know what I mean? So that's why he doesn't like her. He has the same exact problem as all of her peers did. You know what I mean? And so it's like, so I don't care about his logic. I still think he's an asshole. I still don't like him, and I think the whole scheme of like, I got to stop the Soaring Club at all costs is ridiculous. That's 100% what I think, and I still think I absolutely still would have punched him in the face, because he absolutely deserves it. Anyway, we'll see what happens. It's just annoying to have to suffer through all the time, listening to that guy and have all this extra drama when we could just be having fun. Like, what an asshole. Anyway, we finished our dinner early, gathered into the dining hall, and talked. We're going over the flight plan. If Amane's right, the Morning Glory will appear soon. We have to fly 2 kilometers up into the sky very early in the morning under different conditions from the usual. And there is a time limit. We made a flight plan taking into account the bad conditions.
結構シビアだよね。
It's gonna be hard,
でも他に方法がないんじゃしょうがないわ。
but there's no other way, so we have to do it. Yeah. It's hard to find a thermal draft that could take us that high. So we decided to use a mountain wave. A mountain wave is a strong air current that comes over the mountain and takes the shape of a wave. The wave's maximum peak is a few times higher than the mountain sometimes. We'll use the mountain wave that comes over Mount Sukube, which lies behind the school. By the way, mountain waves are not an everyday occurrence, but when a Morning Glory appears, there is always a mountain wave present. That's because Mount Sukube's mountain wave causes the Morning Glory in Kazagura. That's what Amane said.
山岳波に乗ることができれば、モーニンググローリーの高さまで登ることもたやすいだろう。
It'll be easy to get up to the Morning Glory if we catch a mountain wave.
問題はどうやって山岳波に乗るかだ。
The problem is catching the mountain wave in the first place.
そのローター風だっけ？それに入るのが難しいのよね。
You said we could ride a rotor earlier, didn't you? That'd be hard to do. Between mountain waves, there are spinning air turbulences called rotors. If we get into an updraft in that spinning turbulence, we can catch the mountain wave. But it's turbulent air. It's going to be very hard.
そこは葵さんの腕にかけるしかないわね。
We have to count on Aoi's skill. I practiced it in the simulator. Amane made a simulator for Mount Sukube's mountain waves. Of course, I didn't think it's going to be just like the simulator, but it's better than doing nothing.
本番はさ、あまねちゃんが後ろに乗ってね。
You should ride him back that day, Amane.
え、
What?
何驚いた顔してんですか？
Why are you surprised?
そうよ、当然のことじゃない。
Did you expect otherwise?
いや、でも私は。
But I...
まさか、ここまで来て怖いとか言わないですよね。
Please don't say you're scared now. She looked uncomfortable.
私たち、あまねちゃんに飛んでほしいの。
We want you to fly. Agaha nods. Sorry, for some reason my brain was just like, what is this word? I'd be like, even though we certainly should know by now. Asa and Yoru agreed. She looked at me. I want to take you.
でも、みんなだって飛んでみたいんじゃないのか？
But everybody wants to fly, don't you guys?
そりゃね。
Yeah,
でも、みんな乗れるわけじゃないですし。
but we can't fit everyone.
私たちはまた次の機会でいいです。ね、ヨルちゃん。
We can do it next time, right, Yoru?
ええ。私たち、まだ若いですから。
Yeah, we're still young. That's right, Amane is twice as old as Asa.
みんな。
You guys, aren't you over it? She nodded without confidence.
飛び岡に言われたこと気にしてるの？
You still concerned about what Tabioka said? Are you gonna do the same thing again?
イスカは言ったんだ。そこへ行けば素晴らしいものが見られるって。
Iska said if I go there, I can see something beautiful.
イスカはそれを私にも見せてくれると言っていたんだ。
Iska was supposed to show it to me.
見に行けばいいじゃない。きっと超感動するわよ。
Why don't you go see? You'll be impressed.
うんうん。あの写真の光景を生でパノラマで見られるんですから。
Yeah, you can see with your own eyes what that picture only offers a glimpse of. She smiled, but she also looked sad. No, worried. You think too hard. Take it easy.
そうかな。
You think so? Yes, you should loosen up. Get a little silly. Only a silly person would do something like this. Everyone laughed. Making glider and flying through the sky is a very silly thing to do. But it's fun because it's silly. If we live too seriously, life will be boring.
そうか。バカか。そうだった。私はバカなんだった。
Right, I am a silly person. She laughed. Then a strong wind blew and the windows made some noise.
風が出てきたわね。
Wind is blowing. Aga turns on the TV. The weather report was on.
急げ。
Oh my gosh!
やばいよ。今夜から明日未明にかけて雨が降るって。
It'll rain from tonight till tomorrow. The TV says the clouds are coming from the west.
嘘。昼間あんなに晴れてたのに。
No way, it was very sunny this afternoon. It's gonna rain hard. Should we put the glider inside?
そうだね。
Yes, we should. We decided to head back to the runway. Quickly now, we gotta get the glider inside, dude. The wind is blowing. The sheet in front of me is fluttering. Wow. Oh my god. I'm gonna have a stroke. The glider is under the sheet, and there is an iron stake in my hand. It's for partitioning the land. I found it over there. It's very heavy and sharp. Oh my god. He literally is gonna sabotage the glider, dude. He's literally gonna sabotage it. I could just kill him. One hit from this and any kind of FRP would crack. Several hits and it would break. Dude, don't do it. We already hate you. Don't do it. Don't do it. I took off the sheet. The wings came into view. A gleaming white surface shining with moonlight. It must be Himegi's work. It's great work. There are only a few students who can do this.
この翼さえ掘ってしまえば。
Bro, don't freaking do it. I really hope if it happens that one of them comes back and just kills him. Just kill him. I swung the stake upward.
あいつらにはまだこんな翼は必要ないんだ。
They don't need these wings yet. Dude, don't do it.
巣立つには早いんだ。
It's too early to do this. I can hear my voice like it belongs to someone else. Like there's another me listening to that voice and thinking, is this the right thing to do? No, it's not, obviously. They tried hard to make these wings.
そんなこと見ればわかる。
I can see that. Are you sure breaking these is your job?
今はまだ必要ないんだ。こんな翼は。
They don't need them yet. These wings. I asked myself and my hand started shaking. I put the stake down and thought about it again.
これを壊してもまたすぐ直してしまうだろう。
If I break these, they're just gonna fix them again. Then they'll try to fly again. So it doesn't mean anything. Breaking these beautiful wings would be pointless. Oh, thank God. At that moment I realized how to get them to stop flying. There's another way to make it so they can't use the runway. Oh God. The grass wafts in the blowing winds.
あれさえなければあいつらは
He's gonna break
もう飛べない。
He's gonna break the winch because obviously he has to be just the worst. Without that, they can't fly. I can stop him this time. I could just kill him. I could just kill him.
どうしたんだい、葵くん。心配そうな顔をして。
What's wrong, Aoi? You look worried. I was thinking Tabioka might break the glider. Earlier I said it's not gonna happen, but he tried to demolish the garage once.
何よ、急に怖いこと言わないでよ。ねえ、アゲハどう？グライダー無事？
Don't say scary stuff all of a sudden. Hey, Agaha, how's the glider? Kotori asks Agaha, who's ahead of us.
だって。あ、シートが剥がれてる。
How? Hey, the sheet is off.
嘘、機体は大丈夫なの？
No way, is the body okay? I push Kotori's wheelchair and run.
待って待って、見てみる。朝ちゃん、夜ちゃん、手伝って。
Wait, I'll check. Help me, Asa and Yoru. A part of the sheet has been taken away, and the main wings were uncovered. Agaha and Asa checked to see that everything is okay.
どこも問題ないみたい。
There's no problem. Sigh.
風で飛ばされたんでしょうか。
Was it blown away by the wind?
しっかり結んでおいたはずなのに。変ね。
That's weird. I tied it up tight.
明日もう一度確認しよう。
Let's check it tomorrow.
はい先輩。
Okay.
ねえ、朝、あんた目良かったわよね。
Hey, Asa, your vision is good, isn't it?
ええ、いいですよ。数少ない自慢です。
Yeah, it's one of my few traits I'm proud of. Oh no, Asa, sad face.
あそこ、ウィンチのところ、誰かいない？
Over there, do you see somebody by the winch? Uh-oh.
どれどれ？あ、いますね、誰か。誰だろう。
Let's see. Yeah, somebody's there. Who is that?
あんちゃんかな。
Is it Anchan?
こんな時間に？
At this time? Asa went closer and stared.
何してるんだろう。ウィンチのカバーを外そうとしてるみたい。
What is he doing? He's trying to take the cover off the winch. I'll go look. Thank God. Please go look and just crack his head against the metal grate, dude. I run to the winch. When I got closer, I could see somebody there. It's not Anchan, but it is a man. I could tell from the body type. The man's holding a long rod and... He's like, oh my God. I kicked the ground as I burst into a sprint. I dashed at the man as fast as possible. What are you doing? I called to him and he looked surprised, but he didn't drop the rod from his hand. He opened the outside casing of the winch and tried to hit the inside. Stop it! I leapt onto the arm he was about to strike the winch with. Oh, thank God. And he just full-on body tackles him. We were entangled and fell down on the ground. I got up quick and drew close to him. What are you doing? You. What's going on, Aoi? Agaha and the others came. I took the rod, a heavy iron stake, and threw it away. And I looked down at the man. What's going on? You should have clocked him in the head with the rod. You okay, Aoi? That man is... Mr. Tabioka? Everyone's surprised and looks at the man, Mr. Tabioka. Why is Mr. Tabioka here? What did you just do? Agaha said, looking at the winch and the opened outside casing. You know, just being a prick, nothing new. Tabioka's kneeling on the ground and looking down. He looks about worriedly and his lips are trembling. He looks messed up because maybe his hair and the clothes are messy. What are you doing here, Mr. Tabioka? Tabioka didn't answer, and he didn't even look up. She's trying to pick it up, but she's too small. SMOL. What were you going to do with this heavy iron rod? Yoru picked up the rod that I threw away. Everyone looked surprised. The tip was a sharp weapon. I tried to break the winch. Why? So you couldn't fly. I didn't sense any hostility in his voice. He still looked worried and is shaking like he can't believe what he had done. Why? That's terrible. We couldn't believe it. Though it wasn't like we hadn't just considered this very scenario. But we didn't think he would actually do it. Do you know what you were doing? I had to do it. Sorry, I had to do it to stop you. Did you also take the sheet off the glider? Did you try to break the glider? I mean... You don't have the right to do that, even if you are a teacher. You can't do that just because students don't listen to you. Kotori spoke sadly, shaking. Tabioka looks up at Kotori and he looks like he's begging for forgiveness. His hands and knees are shaking, so he can't stand up. No, I was just... I'm here finally. What happened? Tabioka looked sharply at Amane, who just got here. You. Everything is your fault. You became an instructor, so
留年してまで学校に残ったりするから。
you stayed in this school for such a long time that
潔の思いつきを形にしてしまうから。
you tried to make Isuka's dream come true. Tabioka mumbled and trailed off.
何よそれ。あまねちゃんが悪いって言うの。人のせいにしないでよ。
What do you mean? Why is everything Amane's fault? Don't blame her.
小鳥、落ち着いて。
Calm down, Kotori.
一体どういうことなんですか。
What is going on, Mr. Tabioka? Sorry, I spoke over the top of her, my bad. What's going on, Mr. Tabioka? Agaha asked him calmly.
望月さえいなければ潔は無事卒業できたかもしれない。
If Mochizuki hadn't been here, Misagi would have been able to graduate.
あんな事故も起こらなかったんだ。
The accident wouldn't have happened. Amane is confused by his words.
だからなんであまねちゃんのせいになるのよ。
Why is it Amane's fault? Tabioka shut his mouth and looked down. I could see the regret on his face.
俺は1年の頃から潔の担任をしていた。あの子は危うい生徒だった。
I was Misagi's teacher since she was in the first grade. She was a dangerous student.
生まれつき体が弱く学校は休みがち。そのせいか人と違う奇抜なことをしたがる傾向があった。
She was weak naturally and skipped classes often. She had a tendency to do her own thing because of her body's condition.
しかしそれも全部ただの思いつき。大した問題にもならなかった。
But she only wanted to. She didn't really do the thing she thought of. It wasn't a problem.
ところが望月と出会ってあいつはそれを実行できるようになってしまった。
But after she met Mochizuki, she could actually do the thing she came up with.
グライダーを作って空を飛ぼうなんて馬鹿げたこと。
Stupid things like making gliders and flying.
俺には望月が潔のそういう部分を助長しているように見えたんだ。
To me, it looked like Mochizuki was encouraging her to do these things. She was looking at Tabioka confused. She seems not to understand what he's saying at all.
そもそも俺は望月が嫌いだった。天才だかなんだか知らないがそれで周りのペースを乱す。
See, this is...
足並みを揃えることができない。
Sorry, too long, too quick again. This is the logic I hate. Like, I don't like Mochizuki. Maybe you are a genius, but the others around you can't keep up. Like, okay, maybe that's true, but why is that Amane's fault? Like, it's not her fault that she was born this way, and it's not her fault that everyone can't keep up either. Like, I get, maybe whatever. Him favoring other kids over Amane is not the part of me, it doesn't seem wrong to me, right? I mean, he's a person too. Everyone has whatever, favorites, everyone has things they like, things they don't like, whatever, fine. But I don't get this active hostility towards Amane. I mean, obviously he blames her for Isuka's death, fine. But I don't get the whole, like, it's your fault that you were born this way. How dare you be this smart, because now it's not fair to everyone else. Like, the whole logic that somehow she's guilty of something is ridiculous. And I hate this logic that makes me just want to clock him. Anyway.
ロボット部の時がそうだった。全国大会で準優勝まで行っておきながらあっさりとやめてしまった。
You were just like that when you were in the robot club. You got second place in the national competition, but then you just quit the club.
希望を抱いていた他の部員たちは置き去りだ。
You left the others to look to the future with hope. Tabioka looks frustrated and clenches his fist.
私は
Amane tried to say something, but she couldn't come up with the right words and shut her mouth again. Algeha started talking instead.
そんなのおかしいです。
That's not right.
だって先輩のおかげで全国行けて希望を持ててそれで置き去り
She took them to the nationals and gave them hope and then just left?
翌年も先輩の力で連れて行ってもらいたかったんですか
Did they want her to take them to the nationals the next year too?
それは
I mean...
違うでしょ自分たちの力で目指すんじゃないんですか
It's not like that, is it? They had to get there by themselves.
私ロボット部にいた頃イライラしてました。やれることもっとあるのにやろうとしない部員たちに。
I was very frustrated when I was in the robot club. Even if they could do something, they just didn't even try.
人数ばっか多くて毎年初戦敗退するのが当たり前みたいな顔して。
There were just too many people in the club. They'd lose in the first round every year and have these faces like that already resigned to the fact.
私がソアリング部を選んだのは誰一人誰かに連れてってもらおうなんて思ってないからです。
I chose the soaring club because nobody thinks, oh, somebody else will do it for me.
ここにいるみんなは自分と仲間たちの力を合わせてあの雲の向こうまで行きたいってそう思ってるんです。
Everyone here is trying to fly over the clouds and helping each other to get there. Everybody nodded. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses, so it's worth it to help each other.
私自分たちが作った翼が空を飛んだ時感動しました。
I was very impressed when I saw the wings we made fly in the sky.
夜ちゃんと違っていつもドジでダメダメな私だけどだから嬉しかった。
I don't do everything perfectly like Yoru does. That's why I was very happy when we got the glider to fly by relying on one another.
みんなで力を合わせてなんてバカバカしいって思ってたこともあったけど意外と悪くなかったわ。
I think I'm finally getting a rhythm towards figuring out when I can speak so I don't talk over it. The music very, very subtly goes up when their audio, like, when the character speaking audio is done, the music goes up by, like, I don't even know what it is. It's very, very minute. And I can hear it in my headphones because it's loud enough in my headphones. So after I just wait until the music goes back up. Now sometimes it's easy to miss, but if I'm listening carefully and concentrating, I can do it. So this way I don't accidentally talk over the top. Now there might be a little bit of overlap because the whole desyncing thing, but that's also the reason why I sync every hour now. So that's why. Anyway, I had thought helping each other is kind of stupid, but it was better than I thought, which for Yoru is glowing praise.
グライダーが飛んだからって大会で一等賞取れるわけじゃないけどだからこそ得られるものがあったと思う。
If we fly in a glider, we can't get a prize in a competition, but we still can get something on a personal level. Asa and Yoru nodded at one another. They feel the same way.
去年ロボット部で補欠だったアゲハたちが大会に出場した時途中で負けちゃってみんなすごく悔しそうにしてた。
Last year, Agaha was a substitute in the robot club. She went to the competition and lost. Everyone looked mortified.
次こそはって言ってまた頑張ってた。
And they said they'd do better the next time, and they tried their best again. People who were substitutes at the time became regulars and won the semifinals in the competition this summer. If they feel as bad as they did when they lose, they are serious about their hobby. They tried to win the competition, relying solely on their own strength. And I know that way makes the sentence, something's wrong in this sentence. And I know feeling that way. Okay, I'm sorry, it's not wrong. My brain was reading it wrong. And I know feeling that way makes people strong.
そんな理由でアマネちゃんを悪く言うなんて間違ってると思う。
And if you say Amane is a bad person because of this, you are wrong. Tabioka couldn't say anything to that.
それは
I mean, did you hate the very sight of Amane just because of it?
違う。
No.
それに私も最初はミサギと望月が親しくなったことを喜んでいたんだ。
To tell the truth, I was happy that Misagi and Mochizuki were getting along.
そのおかげでミサギが退学せずに済んだのだからな。
Misagi didn't have to drop out of the school thanks to her.
退学？どういうこと？
Drop out of school? What do you mean?
ミサギは欠席が多いせいか周囲に馴染めず孤立していた。
Misagi was isolated because she couldn't come to classes.
ある時ひどい熱で1週間学校を休んだことがあった。出席日数も危うくなり本人も学校へ行く気力を失いかけていた。
One day, she got a bad fever and couldn't come to school for a week. Her attendance was not good enough, and she was losing the will to come to school.
何度か相談を受け親御さんとも話をし退学する方向へ話が進みかけていた頃だった。
I talked to her parents about it, then they were able to make the decision to withdraw from the school, or draw her from the school. I looked at Amane.
知らなかった。イスカが退学しかかっていたなんて。
Oh, sorry. For soft music, the cue is not very loud, so I sometimes miss it. Anyway, I didn't know Isuka almost dropped out of the school.
イスカは私に体が弱いことを隠そうとしていたから。
Isuka tried to hide her condition.
友人ができたおかげで 美咲は学校へ戻ってこられた。
Misagi was able to come back to school because she had a friend.
気力が回復したからだろう。体調もいいようだった。
Her strength came back and her condition was getting better.
私は担任として遠くからその様子を見守っていた。
I looked after her as a teacher. The time Amane and Isuka met was when they became third years. Over time, they came to be friends.
それの一体何が不満なのよ。
What didn't you like about that?
美咲は出会ってしまったんだ。グライダーと。
Misagi found out about gliders.
グライダーに興味を持つのはいい。美咲が興味を持っても不思議じゃない。
It's good to get interested in gliders, and I understand why she was into it.
けれど実際に飛ぼうなどとする子じゃなかった。望月さえいなければ。
But she wasn't the right person to fly, if Mochizuki wasn't there.
何か起こってからでは遅いと私は反対した。だが他の先生方は望月に甘かった。
I said it's going to be too late if something happens, but the other teachers took her side.
お前の言うこと、やりたいこと、大抵が許された。
They let you do almost anything that you wanted to do. Then Tabioka stared at her. But it's wrong to blame her because of that. It was the teacher's fault that they were partial to Amane. They're all grown-ups. Why is Amane, who was still a child at that time, blamed on for something the adults did?
それで済んでいればな。だがそうはならなかった。
But if it was just that, it would have been okay, but it wasn't.
美咲たちが4年生の夏休み、あの事故が起こった。
The accident happened when Misagi was a fourth year.
美咲は焦っているようだった。望月が大学編入を拒んだせいでソアリング部への風当たりが強くなっていたからだ。
Misagi looked like she was in a hurry because Mochizuki turned down the offer to transfer to college. People started saying bad things about the soaring club.
それで早く成果を出そうとしていたんだろう。不完全なままテストフライトを行って。
So she tried to produce some results, and she ran a test flight before the glider was ready. Amane tried to figure out what happened, and her face stiffened with tension. What happened?
フライトそのものは問題なかったそうだ。ただ着陸の際に操縦を誤り主翼を地面にこすってそのまま地面に叩きつけられた。
The flight wasn't the problem, but when she landed, she lost control. The wings hit the runway, and she was tossed from the glider onto the ground. The wings hit the ground. It's easy to imagine.
それでイスカも
How was Isuka?
病院へ運ばれたが命に別状はなかった。ただ複数の骨折とショックによる発熱とで数日入院しなければならなかった。
She was taken to the hospital, but she was okay. She broke some of her bones and got a fever, so she had to stay in the hospital for a few days.
そうだったですか。
I didn't know that. Amane whispered absent-mindedly, hearing for the first time about the accident. She sounded surprised about the injury, but also relieved because Isuka was okay. Why didn't you tell us about the accident?
美咲のご両親からの強い要望だ。
Misagi's parents didn't want us to tell anyone. Her parents? What does he mean?
美咲の父親は慶風学園の理事であり、いわゆる地元の名士だ。外文を気にしたんだろう。
Ah, well, there's a big frickin' surprise. Misagi's father is on the school board for Keifu Academy and is famous around here, so they must have been worried about what people would think.
幸い事故は夏休みの人の少ない時期に起きた。要望というのは建前で、要するにもみ消すように指示されたんだ。
Swept it under the rug. Fortunately, the accident happened during the summer vacation and there were not many people around. They were saying it was just a request, but to tell the truth, they hushed up a scandal.
どうしてそんなこと。
Why?
意味わかんない。
I don't get it. After that, Isuka dropped out of school, didn't she? Why was that? Was it because of her injury?
怪我も原因の一つではあるが、もともと美咲の家は厳しくてな。娘を自由に遊ばせておくのは良くないと考えたようだ。
That was one of the reasons. The Misagi family is very strict, so they thought it wouldn't be good for her to just do what she wants.
親子関係もうまくいっていなかったようだし。
And she wasn't getting along with her parents.
あの子の意思に関係なく退学させられた。
And they made her drop out of school with no consideration for what she thought. That's why we couldn't find her. Anchan and Amane tried to find her, but they couldn't. The owner of the Flying Fish Manor wasn't allowed to say anything about it. And they could easily cover it up because her father's a chairman of the school board and is famous.
だからあまねちゃんに何も言わずに去っていってしまったのね。
That's why she left without saying anything to Amane.
でもそれじゃあまねちゃんのせいじゃないじゃない。
But that means it's not Amane's fault.
なのにあなたは逆恨みしてあまねちゃんやソアリング部に嫌がらせしてたわけ？
Why do you hate Amane and try to disrupt the soaring club? That's wrong. Kotori blamed Tapioca. Kotori spoke for us. Then Tapioca started shaking and kneeling down on the ground.
それもある。だが、
Yeah, but Tapioca couldn't continue. Sobbing. He couldn't speak because he was crying. Tears were coming from Tapioca's eyes.
すまん、望月。
I'm sorry, Mochizuki. Suddenly, Tapioca knelt down on the ground and apologized to Amane.
何ですか、飛岡先生。
What? Mr. Tapioca?
私はお前に黙っていたことがある。
I've been hiding something from you. Oh, Lord, what?
黙っていたこと。
Hiding something? Tapioca's forehead almost touched the ground. And...
預かったんだ。手紙を。
Oh, my Lord. Is that a letter from Iska? Like, after accident Iska? I've got a letter for you. What?
潔が退院し、退学する際に手紙を預かっていたんだ。
When Misagi got out of the hospital and left the school, I got a letter from her for you. And he didn't give it to her for like 10 years? God!
お前に渡してほしいって。
It wasn't 10 years, but you know what I mean. She wanted me to give it to you. Wow. And so Amane was just in the dark this whole time because Tapioca is an asshole. Oh, Amane is overcome with surprise. That was something she never expected to hear.
手紙。
A letter?
今まで渡せずにいた。すまん。
I couldn't give it to you. Sorry. Tapioca barely got out the words and then cried there on the ground. Oh my lord. It's like, oh my lord. So it's like, I mean, she got the letter. That's a good thing. We finally know exactly what happened and where Iska is. Like, good God. So it's like, I'm gonna need to play like, I don't know, Stardew Valley or something after this. Like, good God. It was raining that day. Oh, painful flashback?
Iska?
Painful flashback? Is that what this is? Iska? I turned on the dimly lit garage and called out, but there was no reply. Like noise, the sound of the rain hitting the roof dulled my thoughts.
ないのか。
Not here, huh? All that was waiting for me when I returned home was an empty garage and nothing. That's it. I've been a broken-ass glider. A broken glider.
主翼が折れてる。それにボディも。
The wings are bent, and the body, too. From the condition of the glider, I could easily imagine what had happened.
イスカ。イスカ。
Iska! Iska! I call out my best friend's name, but there was no reply. What could have possibly happened? Is Iska alright? All kinds of ideas came up and spun around in my head. I searched the desk for anything that looked like a letter left behind, but I couldn't find anything. Instead,
写真がなくなってる。
the picture is gone. That picture with the clouds was missing from the picture frame. A broken glider and an empty picture frame. Those were the only traces left behind. But at the time, I didn't give it much thought. That's because, even more than that, there was something else that I really had to worry about.
イスカ。
Iska. I rushed out of the garage to see Iska. Outside was the dreaded rain that seemed to follow me around everywhere. I never even thought that I wouldn't be able to see Iska again. When I realized that, my world lost its color again. Oh, the feels, dude! Feels bad. Just as forecast, it rained the next day. The ever-present miserable rain.
あまねちゃん、どう？
How's Amane? It's no good. Once she shuts herself in her room, she won't come out. Amane stayed shut in her room and wouldn't reply even if you called out to her. The food that was set in front of her door was untouched.
ショックなことが書いてあったのね、きっと。
There must have been something shocking written. Yeah. Early this morning, Tapioca visited the Flying Fish Manor in the middle of the rain. He came to give Amane a letter.
これがその手紙だ。
Here's that letter.
これがイスカの。
This is Iska's. Amane took the envelope with the letter from Tapioca.
何が書いてあるかは
I don't know what it says. Sorry, too fast. I don't know what it says. The seal hadn't been broken.
どうしてすぐに渡してくれなかったんでしょうか。
Why didn't you give it to me sooner?
潔のご両親からお前と潔を 二度と会わせないよう言われていたからだ。
Wow. Couple more people to add to my shit list. That's neato. Because Masagi's parents told me not to let you and Masagi ever meet again.
私もそうするべきだと。
Yeah, you were already on the shit list, bro. Don't get too excited. I agreed with them too.
これをお前に渡すことで、お前にも美咲にも良い影響があるとは思えなかった。
I didn't think any good would come from giving you this letter for either you or Masagi.
そうですか。
Is that so?
すぐに忘れるだろうと思っていたんだ。
I thought you'd soon forget all about it. What? And no, and instead it haunted her for like 5 extra years. So thanks a lot, dude.
若い連中の気持ちは移ろいやすい。すぐにまた新しいことを始めて。
Oh, neat, because he has that same boomer prejudice as a lot of other people. Yeah, that kind of tracks. Young people's feelings change easily. They start new things quickly.
新しい友人とも出会って、美咲もお前も忘れるだろうって。
Oh, sorry. There's no music, so I don't have any audio cues. They meet new friends. I thought you and Masagi would both forget.
それが一番いいと思っていたんだ。
I thought that was for the best. Tabioka dropped the umbrella from his limp hand at the entrance of the dorm, exposing himself to the ever-present rain. Mr. Tabioka, please come in. Watching from a little ways away, I urged him to do so. I urged him in without thinking, but Tabioka didn't move, as if he hadn't heard me at all. The rain continues to get Tabioka's clothes wet.
それなのに、お前はやめなかった。
But even so, you didn't quit.
あの薄暗いガレージにこもり続け、グライダーを作り続けた。
You stayed shut up in that gloomy garage and continued building the glider. There was a hint of disapproval in Tabioka's voice. Yeah, well, who cares? His glance seems to be directed at Amane.
10年までして、お前は。
Sorry, once again, I don't have any audio cues. You even took a year off from school. It felt like those words were directed towards himself.
だんだんと重荷になっていった。
It became a bigger and bigger burden.
その手紙を預かり、渡さなかったことが。
Accepting that letter and not giving it to you.
だから、私はお前たちを憎むことで。
That's why I hated all of you. Tabioka might have been crying, but with the rain you couldn't see any tears.
すまなかった。
I'm sorry. Soaking wet, Tabioka apologized. The sight of a remorseful and crying teacher bowing his head to students seemed really awkward. But in some way he looked relieved. Like a weight that he had been carrying for several years had finally been lifted from his shoulders. Good. I hope he lives a happy life somewhere else. Amane opened Isuka's letter immediately after Tabioka left, with trembling hands. It was a final message to Amane from a friend that she thought hadn't left anything behind. Katori and I were watching her closely. Amane's eyes opened wide in shock as she pored over the contents of the letter. An instant later, the light in her eyes vanished. That sparkling light that had always filled Amane's eyes like a little child suddenly vanished.
どうしたの、Amane-chan?
What's wrong, Amane? Without answering, she aimlessly started walking, and just like that, she goes upstairs. Amane. Then she shuts herself up in her room. Oh, God, what's happening? What was in the letter? In the middle of the rain, Agaha and all the Soaring Club members gathered together.
そうなんだ。
Is that so? I told Agaha, Asa, and the others about how Tabioka came this morning and gave the letter to Amane.
手紙にはなんて書いてあったんですか？
I am dying to know. What did the letter say? I don't know. Tabioka said he hadn't read it either.
じゃあ、今部屋に閉じこもってるあの人しか知らないわけか。
So, then the only person who has read it is the one shut up in her room?
Amane-chan、すごいショック受けてたみたいだった。
Amane looked really shocked. I remember seeing Amane's profile while she was reading the letter. In an instant, the sparkle in her eyes went out just like a light.
手紙にはさ、イスカさんがどうしていなくなったのかが書かれてたんだよね。
The letter probably says why Isuka had to leave, right? Probably so.
だったら、Amaneさんを気遣うことが書かれてるんじゃないんでしょうか。
If that's the case, then it probably says something that makes Amane anxious, right? Everyone falls silent. Everyone thought Asa was right, or at least wanted her to be right. But, from what I could tell from Amane's reaction, it didn't seem like it.
一体何が書いてあったんだろう。
What in the world does it say? Agaha gently stroked Katori's head. Katori was so worried about Amane that she looked like as if she were about to cry.
今は先輩が出てきてくれるのを待つしかないね。
I guess all we can do is wait until Amane comes out.
どの道この天気じゃ飛べないし。
At any rate, we can't fly in this weather.
今日は夕方頃まで雨だって言ってましたね。
They said it was supposed to rain until tonight, didn't they? Katori.
今日はお休みにしましょう。雨が止んで、あまねちゃんが復活したらテストを再開するからね。
Yeah, let's take a break for today. We'll restart the test once the rain stops and Amane gets better, okay? Nobody objected to the club leader's plan. Oh, the feels, dude! But also the reveals, dude. After the group dismissed, Katori and I were getting ready to make dinner. It was still pretty early time-wise, but we didn't know what else to do, so we got started. Fortunately, tonight we're having stew. The earlier we make it, the better it will taste.
Hi, Hato. おやつよ。
Alright, Hat, here's a treat. Katori feeds some vegetable scraps to Hat. As she watched him devour his treat, she muttered.
イスカはさ、どうしてハトをここに置いてったんだろう。
I wonder why Iska left Hat here anyway. I wonder. She said her parents were strict, so maybe they wouldn't let her keep him. Yeah. Looking at the duck wearing a hat, Katori went deep into thought. I gazed out the window as I stirred the pot. Miserable rain. It started raining before dawn and was still coming down even now. Even though they said it was supposed to stop in the evening.
ねえ、イスカはどうして日誌を置いてったのかな。
I wonder why Iska left that journal. I wonder.
モーニンググローリーの写真も日誌に挟んであった。
And the picture of the morning glory. It was stuck inside the journal. She probably just forgot about it, don't you think? It was in a secret hiding place that she left when she left Flying Fish Manor.
違うと思う。だって他には何も残ってなかったんですもの。
No, I don't think so. I mean, she didn't leave anything else behind.
一番大事なもの忘れていくとは思えないわ。
I can't imagine that she would forget about the most important thing. Maybe not. But then why did she leave without it?
知ってる？うちの寮ってパイ投げ禁止ってルールがあるの。
Did you know? Our dorm has a no pieing rule. Oh yeah, that's right. When I became the dorm mother, they gave me a list of things to watch out for, and that was on there.
あれってイスカがパイ投げしたからなのよ。
That was because Iska threw a pie, you know.
他にもこないだタイムカプセル出てきたよね。
There are other things too. The other day they found a time capsule, you know. Yeah. Katori went deep into thought again.
探せばもっとあるんじゃないかしら。イスカの痕跡。
If we look around, I bet there's even more traces of Iska. Maybe so. Katori starts to scan all around her. I guess she's trying to look for some of those traces. Don't worry about it now, just get to work.
はーい。
Okay. Looking unsatisfied, Katori went back to cutting vegetables. The sound of the pot boiling, the vegetables being chopped in the wind, and the rain ring out. I was starting to get worried about the glider. It's been sitting on the runway since yesterday. There was the thing with tapioca, so we weren't able to take it apart. I mean, I carefully covered it up with a sheet, but I wonder if it's been blown away. Actually, I wanted to gather it all in the garage by the end of today, but Anshan hadn't been around since this morning, so we didn't have any way to carry it ourselves with all this rain, so it's just sitting out there. It should be fine with a little bit of rain. I guess I'll go take a look in a little while, once dinner's ready. Boy, there's a lot going on. Okay, it's time to resync. Uno momento. Okay, after we finished getting dinner ready, I left the dining hall and saw someone leaving through the entrance. Was that Kaneko? Well, with that in my mind, I went to check on Amane when Kaneko came down the stairs from the second floor. Huh? Kaneko? Then who was...
ねえ、葵くん。ちょっといいかな。
Hey, Aoi, do you have a minute? What is it?
さっき望月先輩の部屋の前でこんなのを拾ったんだけど。
Just a minute ago, I picked this up outside of Senior Mochizuki's room. Kaneko pulled out a scrap of paper. It was a folded-up loose-leaf notebook. I take it and open it.
望月先輩が部屋から出てくる音がしたのね。だから様子を見に行ったんだけど。
I heard Senior Mochizuki come out of her room, so I went to check up on her, but it was Isuka's letter. I read the contents of the letter and understood. I understood the reason why the light like a starry sky, vanished from Amane's eyes in an instant. Uh-oh.
どうしたの二人とも。
What does it say? What's wrong with you two? Kotori brought Hat out of the dining hall with her. I gave the letter to Kotori with trembling hands.
何これ。
What is this? It's Itsuka's letter. Seeing my pale face, Kotori braced herself. Then she skimmed over the contents of the letter.
何よこれ。
What is this? She was shocked. Amane just left her room a minute ago. I'm gonna go look for her.
私も。
Me too. You stay here and watch the phone. There might be a phone call. Tell Asa and the others about this, and Agaha too. Could you get him to help look too?
わかった。
Yeah, okay. Once I had told Kotori what to do, I rushed outside. What does the letter say? Don't keep us in suspense. Come on now. What does it say?
あまね。
Thank you. Dear Amane,
僕はもうここにはいられそうもない。だから本当のことを話すね。
I don't think I could stay here any longer, so I'm gonna tell you the truth, okay?
僕は嘘つきだ。
I'm a liar.
君のことを今まで騙し続けてきた。
I've been deceiving you the whole time.
約束したよね。
I made a promise, right?
あの雲の回廊へ連れて行ってあげる。
I'll take you to that passage of clouds.
嬉しかった。君が信じてくれて。
I was happy that you believed me,
けどあれは嘘なんだ。
but that was a lie.
僕は本当は信じていなかった。モーニンググローリーが来るなんて。
I didn't really believe in it, that the morning glories would come.
20年以上起こってなかった現象が僕がいる今この時に起こってくれるなんて。
That something that hadn't happened for more than 20 years would happen while I was there.
そんな都合のいいことないって思ってた。
While I was here, sorry. I thought that there was no way we'd be so lucky.
あまねはよく言ってたよね。僕のことを天才だって。
Genius, that's what you often called me.
けど違うよ。
But you're wrong.
本物の天才は君だ、あまね。
The real genius is you, Amane.
僕はちょっと人と違ったことをしているだけのただの普通の女の子。
I'm just a normal girl who does things a little differently from other people.
自意識過剰ってやつ。
Someone who's too self-conscious, haha.
なのに君にすごいって言ってもらえるのが嬉しくって、もっと言ってもらいたくって。
So I was happy when I got you to say great, and I wanted you to say it more.
それで嘘をついたんだ。
So I lied to you.
信じてもない夢を掲げて君を騙した。
I deceived you by holding on to a dream I didn't even believe in.
でもそのせいで君は大学へ行かず慶風学園に残ってしまった。
But because of that lie, you didn't go to college and stayed behind at Keifu Private Academy.
僕の嘘は君をあのちっぽけなガレージにつなぎ止めてしまった。
My lie tied you down to that tiny little garage.
苦しいよ、あまね。
It's hard, Amane.
君のそばにいたい。親友でいたい。そんな僕の身勝手さがあまねの人生を狂わせてる。
I want to be near you. I want to be your friend, but my selfishness has messed up your life.
辛くて苦しくて少しでも何か形にしたくてグライダーで飛ぼうとしたけどダメだった。
It's so hard and difficult, but I tried to get our glider flying somehow, but I couldn't.
僕の翼は偽物だから飛べるはずなんてなかった。
My wings are fake. There's no way I could fly.
僕は卑怯者の嘘つきだ。
I'm a cowardly liar.
恥ずかしい。消えてしまいたい。
I'm so ashamed I want to disappear.
僕の最後のお願いを聞いてくれるかい？
Will you listen to my last favor?
僕のこと忘れてください。
Please forget about me.
それで君は本来君のいるべき場所へ行ってください。
And please go where you've always belonged.
ごめんね、あまね。
I'm sorry, Amane. Wow! Wow! That was depressing. It's like, oh my god. I thought there had to be some kind of reason. Some unavoidable circumstance. If not, I can't believe that Iska would run off somewhere without me. But... Oh, sorry, it's hard to hear with the rain, so I don't have any audio cues. It was my fault, wasn't it? The heavy, falling rain beats against my body. Against this hopeless, stupid me. What was I expecting? Sorry, again, I can't hear over the rain, so it's like really hard to tell when she's very softly spoken. What was I expecting? Surely there must be a kind truth lurking there, that everyone would be rewarded for all those lonely days spent in that garage. Somewhere I had been expecting that.
私天才なんかじゃないよ。
I knew it. I'm no genius, Iska. I'm just a fool. The glider was left on the runway with the sheet covering it exposed to the rain. The silhouette of the forward swept wing. A fragment of a dream that Iska and I had dreamt up. I was the only one who felt that way.
夢のかけらだ。笑わせるな。
Sorry, again, I have no cues. It's so sad, dude. The feels. What fragment of a dream. Don't make me laugh. Suddenly, I lost all the strength in my body. Before I knew it, I had fallen to my knees. I splashed loudly in the water puddles.
私がこんなものを考えたせいで。いつか森岡先生も。
Because I came up with this, Iska and Mr. Tabioka, I tied everyone down. This isn't a dream at all. It's a curse. With my powerless hands, I took the sheet off the glider. What appeared below was a dull-colored wing reflecting the dull rain clouds. These wings. I took aim at those wings. Oh no. Oh god, Amane, no, please! Don't finish what Tabioka started. Hello, is that Ageha?
葵、そっちどう？
Aoi, how are things over there? She wasn't at the
そ
school.
うなると。
Then that means... If she didn't go home, then she must have gone there.
だね。私も行ってみる。
Right, I'll head over there too. Alright, I'm counting on you. We split up to look for Amane and we're running around in the rain. She wasn't in the garage. I'm getting impatient. I'm just trying to imagine Amane's state of mind right now that makes me feel a stabbing pain. I like how this music is so jolly. It's so stressful. Don't stop it with the jolly music. It's not jolly. That letter upset everything she knew, everything she believed, everything she held dear, everything. For Iska herself to deny her own promise. After Iska left, that was the only thing Amane relied on. That's how she made it this far. No matter what happened, the only thing she had tried to believe in was that she didn't want to lose Iska. Last summer, she aimed for the morning glory and failed, so she gave up on her dream once, but with all of us, she wanted to aim for them again. After all that. Why? No! The letter that I thought would save Amane betrayed and knocked her down. I ran. I didn't care if I splashed in the puddles or got rained on. God dang it, dude. It's so sad, dude. The feels, like, no, Amane. Like, it's so sad. So sad. Before I knew it, the rain had stopped. I ran through the bushes, hurrying toward the runway. Better hurry, Amane might destroy this plane. Amane! I shouted at the top of my lungs as I ran down the runway. Mud splashed up at my feet. I could see the white aircraft in the distance. The sheet that I had covered the glider with had been taken off. Amane! Amane was there. I looked like she was clinging to the wing that was lying on the ground. Amane! Oh god. When I spoke to her, Amane suddenly lifted her hands into the air, then she hit the wing with a rock. Oh god, no. Oh no, no, no. Bang, bang, over and over again. Amane, what are you doing? I grab Amane from behind and try to pull her away from the glider. It's all because of this. Please calm down, Amane. I held her tight while she kicks and struggles. Amane, please calm down. I am not okay. I am not okay. I am uncomfortable. I'm so sad, dude. I'm so sad. Amane's hands went limp. At the same time, the rock she was holding falls to the ground. I kept on holding her tightly and stroked her back, trying to calm her down. Amane. Sorry, I just, the audio didn't bounce back, so I didn't know when to speak. It's so sad, dude. I'm not okay. There's like a tidal wave of feels over here. I'm drowning in it. Like, oh god.
Aoi!
Aoi! Ageha came running towards us from far away. Behind her is Asa and Yoru, then there's Kotori, and for some reason, Anshan.
ここにいたんだ。
So you were here.
あまねちゃん、泣いてるの？
You have no idea. Amane, are you crying? Seeing Amane wrapped up in my arms, Kotori anxiously says, is it bad? Is it cracked? Finding the area where Amane had been hitting the wing, Ageha runs up to us. There was countless scratches from the rock hitting it. Amane did it.
なんで？嘘でしょ。
Why? You're joking, right? Oh god. I let go of Amane. Somehow she managed to stand on her own. We read it. We read Iska's letter. I don't know what to say.
私のせいだ。私がいたせいでイスカは。
It's my fault, everyone. Because I was here, Iska. That's not true. Amane shook her head weakly.
重荷だったんだ。私のことが。
I was a burden.
イスカが私の人生を狂わせたんじゃない。その逆だ。
Iska didn't mess up my life. It's the other way around.
それなのに私は。
Even so,
私がバカみたいに約束にすがったせいで飛岡先生にも迷惑をかけて。
I wouldn't worry about that. He doesn't matter. Alright, he does matter. I'm sorry. Because I cling onto that promise like a fool, I even caused trouble for Mr. Tapioca.
このままだと君たちのことまで狂わせてしまう。
At this rate, I'm gonna mess up your lives too.
こんな翼はもう折ってしまった方がいいんだ。
Don't do it, Amane. We care about this dream, okay? That's why we should just break these wings now. Amane attempts to pick up the rock again. Please stop, Amane. I grab her arm to stop her.
だってそうじゃないか。
Oh god, I'm not okay, dude. I'm not okay. But isn't that right?
私のせいで君たちはあのガレージに縛られ、こんなことをずっと続けてきた。
Because of me, all of you have been tied down to that garage and have been continuing this.
みんな嘘だったのに。
Everyone, it was all a lie. It's not a lie. No matter what Iska thinks, it was a real dream for us. Everyone stares at Amane and nods. Their feelings are sincere. But Amane's eyes are blank. The world doesn't reach Amane's closed-off heart. The emotional trauma that Amane felt is much, much deeper.
私の思い込みがみんなを不幸にする。お願いだ、青井君。その手を離してくれ。
My biases make everyone unhappy. I'm asking you, Ali, please let go of my hand. No.
青井君。
Ali. Amane grabs my arm tightly, looking up and pleading with me. If I didn't let go, I couldn't have a normal heart. I could sense such an urgent plea from within those blank eyes. Amane was about to be crushed by her extraordinary grief. What should I? How can I? Is holding her the only thing I can do? Is that all that lovers are good for in the end?
なあ、アマネ。ちょっといいか。
Tatsuya, please, we need you, please. Well, we need a life preserver, dude. We need a life preserver in this drowning, the ocean, the tidal wave of feels. The tsunami of feels is happening right now, and we need the Tatsuya life preserver so bad. Hey, Amane, do you have a minute? Anshan had been watching silently, but now he spoke up. Amane stops trying to get loose from me and turns her gaze towards Anshan.
実は今日はお前に用事があって会いに来たんだ。
Actually, I have some business with you. That's why I came to see you.
私。
Oh, sorry, I was waiting for more. With me? Anshan nods his head.
こないだ、朝ちゃんと夜ちゃんが教えてくれたよな。イスカがどこかの療養所にいるって。
The other day, Asa and Yoru told us which care facility Iska was at, right? Yeah.
行ってきたんだ。その療養所へ。
Tatsuya went and saw Iska? I went there, to the care facility. What? Everyone was surprised except Kotori. She nodded silently.
五十嵐さんはそのことを教えに飛び王村に来てくれたの。
Mr. Igarashi came to the Flying Fish Manor to tell me about that. Oh, I guess is that Tatsuya's last name? Then he heard about Iska's letter and brought Kotori here, huh?
三崎家は地元の名士だろ。だから療養施設も近くにあるんじゃないかって考えたんだ。
The Misagi family are famous in their hometown, right? I figured the care facility must also be close, right?
それで、それらしい場所をしらみつぶしに当たってみた。
So, I searched everywhere trying to find a place like that. You found it? Anshan's expression neither confirmed nor denied my question.
イスカがいたのは療養施設って言っても、表向きは三崎家の別荘だった。
Iska's care facility, if you can even call it that, was officially the Misagi family vacation home.
イスカは。
Iska is... Anshan shook his head. No way. She's already dead. I wasn't the only one who had such a bad feeling. Everyone else looked uneasy, but Anshan had a gentle smile on his lips.
元気になって出て行った後だった。
It was after she had recovered and left.
じゃあ今どこにいるかは。
Well, where's she now?
これから探そうと思ってるところだ。その前にアマネに報告しときたくてな。
Okay, sorry. My brain's catching up to what he's saying. So, he found her quote-unquote care facility, the vacation home. Apparently she took more time to heal, but then she did heal and left. And so she's, you know, just out and about. But so that's what he was talking about. Okay, my brain was catching up. I was just thinking about going to look for her, but before that, there's something I want to report to Amane.
イスカはちゃんと無事だったって。
Iska said she was safe.
ありがとう、達也。でももう。
Thank you, Tatsuya, but have you...
手紙。悪いが俺も読ませてもらった。
The letter. I'm sorry, but I've already read it.
ショックだったお前の気持ち、よくわかるつもりだが。
I want to understand how shocked you are, but...
俺はなんとなく気づいてたよ。あいつが無理してるの。
Oh, sorry. The music is real soft, so I can't... like, the audio cue is not very loud. I think I've realized something. She was pushing herself too much. Huh?
知ってるだろ？俺があいつのこと好きだったの。
You know, don't you? I loved her. Amane weakly shook her head.
初めて知った。
I didn't know that.
そうか。
I see.
イスカは元気になったのか。
Iska got better then. Amane looked relieved, but somehow she also looked lonely.
退学した後、イスカの体調は悪化し、長期療養を余儀なくされたらしい。
Okay, so she did recover, but her overall condition is worse now. After she dropped out, Iska's condition got worse. Apparently, she had no choice but to go into long-term care.
親ともうまくいってなかったようで、体調不良を理由に別荘に押し込められて、ほとんど軟禁状態だったようだ。
Okay, I guess things weren't going well with her parents either, so they used her illness to keep her shut up in the vacation home. Seems she was basically under house arrest.
軟禁？
House arrest? The Misaki family is quite prominent in their area. Mr. Tabioka thinks the house arrest might have had something to do with worrying about the family's reputation.
イスカがそこを出て行ったのは、今から半年ほど前。
Wow. So apparently she's been there like the entire time up until like whatever, 6 months ago. Iska got out of there about half a year ago.
そのきっかけになったのが、これだそうだ。
It looks like this was what got her out of there. Saying that, Anchan took out a picture from his breast pocket. Oh, is it the... Yup. What do you mean by this? It was a familiar picture of clouds. It was a picture looking up at the road of clouds crossing the sky. Right, 1 year ago we flew in those clouds. Oh, the glider at the bottom, dude! She saw them flying last year! Like, it got her like well again to like, you know, work towards recovery. Oh my god! It's all coming around! Amane found something in those clouds. I noticed it after her. Beneath the glowing orange clouds, there was a small bird-like shadow. Our glider.
三崎家の別荘は湖のそばにあった。ここからだとちょうど反対側で、だいぶ遠いがな。
Dude, I literally just got goosebumps, dude. It's coming back around. Oh my god. The Misaki family vacation home was next to the lake. From here, it's pretty far away in the opposite direction.
去年の夏、不思議な雲を見たイスカは、お手伝いの人と湖まで行き、そしてそこで、雲の回廊を目指すグライダーを見つけたそうだ。
Dude, the feels right now. The feels. Last summer, Iska saw these strange clouds and went out to the lake with one of her helpers. From there, she saw a glider aiming for the passage of clouds. Amane's like, oh my god. Amane was gazing at the scene at the picture. In the same way, the rest of us were also staring at that familiar scene. At the sky we flew in 1 year ago. Oh my god.
見てたんだ。イスカも。
Iska was watching too.
私たちが見てたように。
Like we were watching. Yeah. If this picture was the reason she left that house, then that means...
そこの管理人の人が言うには、それまでイスカは何もかも諦めてたらしい。まるで世捨て人みたいにな。
According to her caretaker, up until that point, Iska had given up on everything. She was like a recluse.
けどその光景を、お前たちがあの雲を目指して飛ぶ姿を見て、変わったって言ってた。
But seeing that sight, watching you guys fly in those clouds that you had aimed for, he said it changed her.
療養に専念し、体力をつけ、そして両親を説得し、ようやくそこを出られたのが半年前というわけだ。
She focused on her recuperation, got her strength up, and persuaded her parents. It was half a year ago that she finally got out of there.
不思議な偶然があるものね。
A strange coincidence.
本当に偶然かしら。
I wonder if it is really a coincidence.
え？
Huh?
姉さんも同じようにあの雲と出会い、
My...
そしてグライダーを見つけた。
Sorry, too fast. My sister saw those clouds and spotted the glider too.
それは いつも空に焦がれて空を見上げていたからよ。
That's because she's always been in love with the sky. She looks up at it all the time.
私は違った。姉さんがいなければきっとここにはいなかった人間。
I was different. If it weren't for my sister, I definitely wouldn't be here.
イスカさんは多分姉さんと同じ。
Iska is probably the same as my sister.
いつも空を見上げてた。
She was always looking up at the sky. Yoru nods quietly.
偶然かもしれないけれど、その偶然と出会えたのはそれを求めていたからなのね。
It might be a coincidence, but she met with it because she was looking for it. She could meet with such a miraculous coincidence all because she single-mindedly pressed on and aimed for the clouds. Would you call that a coincidence?
ありがとう、達也。少しだけ救われたよ。
Oh, sorry, the music is gone, so I have no cue. Thank you, Tatsuya. You saved me a little.
Amane.
Amane.
みんなもありがとう。翼を傷つけてごめん。
Everyone, thank you. I'm sorry I damaged the wings. Amane laughs
イ
sadly.
スカが無事でよかった。また歩き出してくれて本当によかった。
I'm glad Iska is safe. It's really good that she got out again.
これで私も忘れられる。
Now I can forget too.
忘れるって何を？イスカのこと？
Forget what? Do you mean Iska?
それとグライダーのことも。
Yeah, her and the glider. Amane speaks apologetically.
そんな。
You can't. Amane, why? That day that we flew, it wasn't for nothing.
イスカの望みは私の中から消えること。それに私はやっぱりみんなと同じ夢は見られそうにない。
Amane, come on! Don't regress, please! Let's not fall back into this. Come on! I don't share Iska's hopes anymore, and I don't think I can have the same dream as everyone else either.
アマネ先輩。
Amane,
私はイスカがどこを目指しているのか、どうしてそこへ行きたいのか知りたかった。
where was Iska aiming to go? Why did she want to go there? That's what I wanted to know.
この世界が彼女にはどんな風に見えているのか、それが知りたかったんだ。
What I wanted to know was how she saw this world.
でも嘘だった。そのことに変わりはないだろう。
But it was a lie. Nothing's gonna change that, right?
だからもう飛ぶ理由がない。
So I have no reason to fly anymore. Amane. It might be just like Amane says. For Amane, the morning glory wasn't something else, wasn't something she was aiming for herself. It was just a promise with Iska. Amane wanted to know so much more about her. That's why she was trying so hard. But the letter destroyed that promise, that whole promise. Amane lost her reason to try. The words she said to us when we looked to her for help and advice still rang in my ears. I can't share the same dream as all of you anymore. Wanting Amane to fly was our hope, not Amane's.
本当にそうなのかな。
I wonder if that's really so. Kotori sighed.
本当にそれがイスカの望みなのかな。
I wonder if that's what Iska was really hoping for.
どういうことだい？だってあの手紙にはそう書いてあったじゃないか。
What do you mean? That's what the letter said. The letter didn't seem to say that she lied to Amane because she was worried about her. Iska would have certainly known how much that letter would hurt Amane, but it had to be written. She had so many feelings of guilt about telling a lie.
それだけじゃない。イスカは私たちの始まりになったモーニンググローリーの写真をガレージから持ち去った。
It's not just that. Iska also took that picture from the garage, the one of the morning glory from when we first started.
壊れたグライダーと空っぽの写真立ては私に夢を捨てろっていうメッセージだったんだ。
The broken glider and the empty picture frame. It was a message telling me to throw my dreams away. If she wanted me to hang on to my dreams, wouldn't she have left the picture? But Kotori says.
それがイスカの本心だったって私思えないの。
I don't think that's what Iska really meant. Everyone looks at Kotori. I don't know what Kotori's trying to say. But I want her to say something, some words that we can believe in, that tell us that we have held dear wasn't a mistake, something along those lines.
私ね、イスカの気持ちが少しわかるの。
I understand a little how Iska feels.
イスカって体が弱かったのよね。自分がいつ死ぬかもしれないって思ってて、 学校もよく休んでたんでしょ？
Iska wasn't very healthy, right? She took time off from school a lot because she thought she might die, right?
だからいつか自分はここからいなくなるかもしれない。
I mean,
そんな風に思ってたんでしょ？
sorry, too fast. I mean, she thought she might die at some point, right?
ああ、そうだ。
Yeah, that's right.
私も似たようなものだったから。
I also used to be like that. Kotori grabbed at the hem of her skirt tightly, trying to endure embarrassment. From that, we all knew what she was trying to open up to us about her difficult past.
私こんなだから学校に馴染めなくて友達もできなくて、それでよく休んでて。
I was like that. So I never fit in at school, and I couldn't make any friends. So I often missed school.
どんどん孤立していって、毎日毎日全然楽しくなくて、生きてるのも嫌になるくらい辛くて。
I became more and more isolated. Every single day was terrible. It was so hard that I started to hate everything, hated even living.
一度本当に学校を辞めようとした。
Once, I actually tried to quit school.
葵くんやアゲハやあまねちゃんたちと出会ってなかったら、きっとそうなってた。
If I hadn't met Aoi or Ageha or Amane, I'm sure I would have.
似てるからわかるの、いつかの気持ち。
I'm the same, so I understand how Iska feels. While Kotori was speaking so passionately, Agaha moved closer and rested a hand on Kotori's shoulder. As if that hand was giving her some courage, Kotori began speaking again.
いつかは何かを残したかったと思うの。
I think Iska wanted to leave something behind.
この場所を去る前に何か自分がここにいたって証を。
Before she left this place, she wanted to leave behind some proof that she had been here.
だってたくさん残ってるじゃない、イスカがいた痕跡が。
I mean, isn't there a lot still here? Traces of Iska? The strange rules of Flying Fish Manor, the duck named Hat, the time capsule, the flight log in Kotori's room, and the glider. If we looked for more, surely many more would pop up.
私ずっとイスカが変な子だからいっぱい残ってるんだと思ってた。
I always thought Iska was strange because she left so many things behind.
けど違うかもしれないって思うようになった。
But I'm starting to think that might not be right.
私の部屋にあったあのノート、イスカのフライトログ。
That notebook that was in my room, Iska's flight log.
あれは忘れていったんじゃない。誰かに読んでほしくてそこにしまってあったの。
She didn't forget about it when she left. She wanted someone to read it, to read what's written in it.
イスカはきっと知っててほしかったんだと思う。ミサギイスカって女の子がそこに生きてたんだってことを。
I think Iska definitely wanted us to know. She wanted us to know that a girl named Iska Misagi lived here.
空を見上げてあの綺麗な雲を目指してたんだってことを。
That she looked up at the sky and aimed for those beautiful clouds.
だからあの写真も一緒に挟んでおかなきゃいけなかった。自分たちが目指した場所を見てもらうために。
That's why she had to leave the picture inside the notebook, so we could see the place where she and everyone else had aimed for. Without that picture, it would just be a diary that some strange girl had forgotten. That picture, with its magnificent and beautiful scene that will captivate your heart with just one glance, breathes life into the diary. There's no mistake that was a necessary detail to Iska, and without that, Kotori wouldn't have aimed for the sky. Iska herself must have found such a picture in an old soaring club flight log in that garage and made it her aim for the sky.
そう確信したのはついさっきよ。
I became sure of that just now.
五十嵐さんが持ってきてくれた写真、イスカは療養所に残していったんでしょ。
The picture that Mr. Igarashi brought us. Iska left it behind in the care facility, right?
ああ、空っぽの部屋の壁を埋め尽くすようにたくさんの雲の写真が貼ってあった。
Yeah, there were lots of pictures of clouds completely covering the walls of that empty room.
まるでそこを訪れた人に自分が得た感動を伝えようとするみたいに。
It was as if she was trying to convey the emotions she got to anyone who visited.
イスカは寂しかったんだと思う。親友と別れを告げ、誰からも忘れられてしまうのが。
I think Iska was lonely, saying goodbye to her friends and being forgotten.
せめて誰でもいいから知っててほしかった。だからトビウオソウの部屋にノートを残したの。あそこなら次に入ってくるのは同年代の女の子だもの。
At the very least, she wanted to be remembered by someone, anyone. That's why she left the notebook behind in the Flying Fish Manor room. At least there was the next person. The next person to come in would be a girl of the same generation.
でも自分からはそうしてほしいって言えない子だったのよ、きっと。
But she wasn't the kind of person who could say that herself for sure.
私も似たところあるからわかるの。
I'm like that in some ways too, so I know. Kotori sounded embarrassed. She held the hand her sister had put on her shoulder. Now she sounds different, like she's confirming that she had friends who could say the same thing.
でも本当に覚えててほしかったのは顔も知らない誰かじゃない。
But who she really wanted to be remembered by wasn't some faceless stranger.
いつかが残りたかったのはやっぱりあまねちゃんの中なのよ。
Where Isuka really wanted to remain was, of course, inside of Amane.
いつか自分が死んでいなくなってもあまねちゃんが覚えててくれればいい。
Even if she died at some point, if Amane would remember her, it would be okay.
たとえ信じていなくてもあまねちゃんにモーニンググローリーを見せたかった気持ちは嘘じゃないはずよ。
Even if she didn't believe, her desire to show the morning glory to Amane wasn't a lie.
あの綺麗な雲を一緒に眺めて同じ感動を共有したかった。
She wanted to look up at those beautiful clouds together and share in the same exhilaration.
だってそれはきっと一生忘れられない記憶になる。
I mean, that would definitely be something you would remember your whole life. Before I knew it, tears were welling up in Kotori's eyes. I know, mine too! Like, come on! Like, oh, my heart, dude. My feels are killing me. I'm gonna have to go, like, play like a Call of Duty or something after this. God damn. Like, I'm all emotional over here. Alright, sorry. I gotta take a drink, pull myself together. We gotta get through this, man. Like, god dang. She isn't the only one crying like a baby. Okay, I'm okay. Sorry. I'm fine. I'm totally fine. Okay. It was as if Isuka's thoughts had been transferred to Kotori.
私がもし明日学校を去らなければならないとしたらそうしたい。
If I had to leave school tomorrow, that's what I would want.
ここにいるみんなの心に一番キラキラしてた頃の私が残っててほしいって思うもん。
I'd want everyone to remember me at my brightest.
小鳥
Kotori.
小鳥先輩。
They're all like, oh, Kotori.
1年前の私はそう思える相手さえいなかった。けど葵くんやアゲハやあまねちゃんと出会ってグライダーと出会って。
The me from a year ago didn't have anyone like that, but meeting Aoi, Agaha, Amane, and the glider.
それから朝や夜や五十嵐さんや飛び要素のみんなや生徒会長やアゲハの妹ちゃんやたくさんの人と出会って。
And then meeting Asa and Yoru and Mr. Igarashi, everyone at Flying Fish Manor, the student council president, Agaha's sister, and lots of others.
今最高に幸せよ。
I'm the happiest I could be right now.
いつかもきっとそうだったと思う。
And I think Isuka was definitely the same.
約束が嘘でもあまねちゃんや五十嵐さんと飛びたかった気持ちは嘘じゃないはずなの。
Oh, sorry, the music died off at the same time, so I wasn't sure. Even if the promise was a lie, her desire to fly with Amane and Mr. Igarashi couldn't have been a lie. Even with Kotori's tear-filled eyes staring at her, Amane didn't flinch. Oh, man, like, I would be, like, who could not break under that kind of salvo? Who could possibly not break? Amane, how was it? What? Do you think the time you spent with Isuka was a lie? Amane shook her head silently.
でも私は
But hanging her head down, she made a face like she didn't know what to do and bit her lip hard. Amane was trembling, like she was frightened. She wants to start walking, but it's too afraid to start. That's how she looked. There's no way Isuka is a liar. Huh? Amane raised her head and looked at me. The only one who can prove that is you, Amane.
私が証明する。
Me? Prove? I nodded. Then I moved next to the glider. These are the wings that you designed for Isuka, to aim for those clouds together.
でもそれは
But that's... You should fly, Amane, with this glider, and pass through the passage of clouds.
そっか。先輩が約束を果たせば嘘は嘘じゃなくなるんだ。
That's right. If you fulfill the promise, the lie won't be a lie anymore. Let's fly, Amane, to prove that Iska isn't a liar. We're gonna take you to the place that you promised. Yeah.
ええ
Right.
いい考えね
Nice idea.
お手伝いします
I'll help. Everyone. Amane looked at everyone dumbfounded. Then she nodded timidly.
連れて行ってくれ私をあの雲の向こうへ
Take me to the other side of those clouds. An orange ray of light pierced through the sky from the west. Oh, the feels, dude! I'm all emotional over here. Oh.
いつの間にか空が晴れてきてます
Oh, it hurts! It hurts so bad. Out of nowhere, the sky cleared up. Just as the weather report said, the rain stopped by evening and the clouds cleared up. And the setting sun was poking through the gaps in the clouds that had formed. Bathed in that light, the wet glider glistened red like it was on fire. It was as if it had come back to life. Hopefully those scratches are superfluous. Katori looked at the sky in the opposite direction as everyone else and opened her eyes wide.
見てあっちの空
Look, at the sky over there. Everyone looked at where Katori was pointing. What was there was...
空が青く染まってる
the sky. It's dyed blue. The eastern sky was a bluish purple.
綺麗な空まるで朝焼けみたいです
What a pretty sky. It looks just like the sunrise.
ねえ葵あれって
Hey, Aoi, is that... Yeah. We all gazed dumbfounded at the sight. It was the sight we had been waiting to see for a year. The sky we had yearned and prayed for. But to come at such timing. I looked at Amane standing next to me. Amane stared at that sunset sky as if she were seeing something that she didn't believe in.
去年の夏もここで見た
I saw this here last summer too. There's no mistaking it, is there?
おどうしたんですか
It's happening! What's going on, everyone?
もしかしてあれが前に言ってた
Could it be what you were saying before? Yeah, it's a sign. It was a miraculous coincidence, but for all of us who had been anxiously looking up at the sky day after day, it was only inevitable. It's coming, tomorrow morning, the morning glory. That was Iska and Amane's promised day. Oh, dude, my heart! I'm all emotional, man. Like, it hurts, the feels. Like, oh man, I think I need to play something really dumb and really surface level after this, like a Call of Duty or something. Just like, damn. That's like, oh man, dude, my feels are killing me.
おかわり
She's eating seconds.
あんたよく食べるわね
Man, you eat a lot, don't you?
腹が減っては戦はできぬよそれに言いたいことみんな言ったらお腹空いちゃって
You can't fight on an empty stomach. Besides, if everyone said what they wanted to, they'd say they're hungry. You should eat up too, Agaha. Then we could take turns in the bath.
はーい
Okay.
ドキドキするねヨロちゃん
Makes you nervous, doesn't it, Yoru?
そうねまさか本当に来るなんてね
Yeah, I can't believe it's really coming.
イスカさんじゃないけど正直あまり期待してなかったわ私
I'm not Iska, but to be honest, I wasn't expecting much.
きっと先輩たちが頑張ってたからだよそのご褒美なんじゃないかな
I'm sure it's because they tried so hard. It's like a reward for all their work.
非科学的を通り越してメルヘンね
There's nothing scientific about it. It's like a fairy tale. We were eating in a hurry after getting back from the runway. And an omen appeared. The morning glory. It's coming tomorrow morning. To get ready for it, everyone decided to go to bed early and get up before dawn.
ごちそうさ
I'm done.
ま私もごちそうさま小鳥お風呂行こ
Me too. Katori, let's go to the bath.
うおお風呂お風呂
Hey, bath time.
私たちも行きます
I'm going too.
あまねちゃんも行こうよ
Come with us, Amane.
私は後にするよ
I'll go later.
食べ終わるの待ってるわよ
Should I wait till you're done eating?
いやいいんだ先に入っててくれ
She's like, I need alone time with my boyfriend. No, that's okay. Go on ahead of me.
でも
But
ほら行くよ小鳥
yeah, Agaha's she's trying to get away from us. She wants to spend time with Aoi, have some private feels moments. Hey, we're going, Katori. Agaha pushes Katori's wheelchair hard.
あ押さないで
Hey, don't push.
二人きりにさせてあげましょう
Let's give them some alone time.
そっか
Oh, right.
じゃあね葵
See ya, Aoi. After winking at me, Agaha led Kotori and the others out of the dining hall. After everyone left, it got quiet very quickly. Like she had forgotten about her usual lively way of eating food, she was eating very daintily. Wasn't it very good?
そんなことないぞすごく美味しい
That's not it. It's really good.
ただいろいろありすぎて胸がいっぱいなんだ
It's just, there's so many things going on. My mind is so full. Amane looks troubled and sets down her chopsticks. Amane, your hand.
あこれか大したことないよ
Oh, this, it's nothing. Amane had a scratch on the palm of her hand. She probably got it when she grabbed the rock and used it to hit the wing.
あの時はありがとう葵くん私を止めてくれて
Thanks back there, Aoi, for stopping me.
おかげで取り返しのつかないことにならずに済んだ
You stopped me from doing something I couldn't take back. The wings that Amane had hit weren't hurt. Although there were some scratches on the paint on the front, there wasn't any cracks. According to Agaha, if Amane's weak little hits could break it, there's no way it'd be able to fly. Got him. In addition to gliders, FRP is also the material used to make the hulls of fishing boats. If it's made properly, it's not something that would break so easily. Thank heavens, I was worried about that. I sat next to Amane and held her scratched up hands. Don't be so reckless, okay? Your hands have a lot of potential. They're really important hands. Sure. Nodding, she rested her hand against my chest.
あの手紙が出てきたのが今日でよかった
It's a good thing that letter appeared today. Why's that?
もしイスカがいなくなった時に読んでいたら私は立ち直れなかっただろう
If I had read it after Iska had died, I wouldn't have been able to get back on my feet.
今だからこうしていられる
Sorry, the cue was quiet. I didn't notice it. It's because it happened now that I can be this way.
葵くんやみんながいてくれる今だから
Because you and everyone are here for me now. Amane. I held Amane in my arms as gently as I could.
葵くんバスタオルどこねえ葵く
Aoi, where are the bath towels? Hey, Aoi!
んどうしたの小鳥
Oh. She's like, what's up, Kotori? Oh. Kotori and Agaha, who had been peeking into the dining hall, stiffened straight up. Just silent. Silent.
これまた失礼しましたあ行くよ小鳥
Excuse us, we'll be going, Kotori. Yeah. The two of them ran away all flustered.
抱き合ってたよすごいとこに見えちゃったね
I like how you can hear it. It sounds like it's through a door. That's so good. Hey, they were holding each other. We really saw something big there, didn't we?
うんやっぱお付き合いしてるとああいうことするんだ
Yeah, I guess when you're going out, you really do that sort of stuff. Well, obviously. We could hear their excited voices from all the way down the hall. They're definitely going to talk about it in the bath, those two.
私は後から入ることにするよ
I'm going to go in after them. That said, we actually were holding each other. Aw, that's cute. That's cute. Here's the thing. I don't know how much longer we have of this. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of the issue. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know how much longer we have of this. Like, after the real Morning Glory happens, like, you know what I mean? Because, like, if we press just a little farther, we do have a little bit of time. I mean, could this be the finale of this route? Or, like, I don't know. You know, that's kind of the problem we're in right now. So, I'm going to do some quick Googling, and I'm probably going to glance at the titles of my last part of the playthrough for Kotori's route and see, according to my titles, about how long after the real Morning Glory happens, the ending of the route comes. Because if we're within striking distance, I would love to finish it here. So, see you in just a moment. Okay, we're back. Sorry. I was doing some research, and it wasn't as easy as I hoped it would be, and it wasn't as straightforward and easy to find out as I hoped it would be, so, sorry about that. So, yeah, did some light key research, and it does look like, though, it's within striking distance. I mean, according to the very, very quick light glancing I did, it looks like in the finale, in part 14 of Kotori's route, so the Kotori's finale, it looks like at the very end of it, they did go to the real Morning Glory. So, it looks like it. Again, I didn't watch it. I just skipped around. I read the titles. You know what I mean? So it's like, without watching, it does look like that. So we're just going to press through, and we'll just see. And I don't know, man. This might be the finale. We'll just see. Anyway, I accidentally clicked, too. So it said 4 a.m., and then, owie, don't be so loud. That's what happened. Anyway. It was still dark when we got up, so we were trying to walk quietly to the runway.
寒いです。
Brr, it's cold.
明け方とはいえすごくひんやりしてるわね。
Dawn really is chilly, isn't it?
それもモーニンググローリーの特徴よ。
That's also a characteristic of the morning glory. We sensed a sign of the morning glory in even the cold outside air.
わあ。ハト、あんた起きてきちゃったの？
Hat, you woke up and came along too?
わが。葵くん、ハトも一緒に行きたいみたい。
Aoi, it looks like Hat came along with us. It's fine as long as he doesn't get in the way. Right?
ハト、いいって。その代わりおとなしくしてなさいよ。
Yeah, Hat, he said, Hat, he said it's okay, but you've got to be a good boy, okay?
わわ。
Well then, let's go. Ooh.
先に水気を拭き取って。
Wipe the moisture off first. The wet runway was surrounded by damp, thick air. We brought all the towels and washcloths we had in the dorm and wiped down the surface of the glider.
すごい湿気だ。
Wow, there's so much moisture. Even just lightly wiping it down made the towels heavy.
昨日雨に濡れちゃったしね。
Well, it got wet from the rain yesterday.
私のせいだ。
That's my fault.
違いますって。先輩、落ち込まないで。
No way, Amane, don't get down on yourself.
そうよ。あまねちゃんのドジくらいいくらでも私らがカバーしてあげるんだから気にしなくていいわ。
I'm not sure that's helpful. That's right, we'll cover for your goof ups no matter how many, Amane. Don't worry about it.
わが。でもこれ綺麗に拭くの大変じゃないですか？
But won't it take a long time to wipe all this off?
乾かす必要はないのよ。表面の水分が落とせれば。
It doesn't need to be dry, we just have to get the water off at the surface.
それだけでも結構な重さになっちゃうからね。そのまま飛ぶわけにはいかないのよ。
Even just that amounts to a lot of weight. There's no way we can fly like that.
あ、そっか。
Oh, I see. Even with only a thin layer of moisture, wiping it down is enough to make the towels heavy. And that moisture was covering the entire body of the huge aircraft. For a glider flying in the sky, that's a weight you can't ignore.
夏場でよかったわね。冬なら凍ってたかも。
In the summertime, it was okay, right? But in the winter, it might freeze.
ピトー缶とか詰まっちゃってたかもね。
It might stop up the pilot tube or something.
よーし、そろそろいいかな。じゃあ、発行準備始めるよ。
Alright, that looks pretty good. Let's get started on the takeoff preparations. The pre-departure check work got underway with Agaha in the lead. Today we'll double check all the usual items. Amane was watching all of this from a bit far away. What's wrong, Amane? She starts to look uneasy. You aren't afraid to fly, are you? Amane shakes her head. Then she peered up at me from below.
私は本当に感動できるだろうか。
I wonder if I can really be moved. Huh?
私は心に欠陥を持っている。人と同じように感じることのできない人間だろう。
I have a defect. I can't experience the same feelings as other people, right?
もし何も感じなかったらと思うと怖いんだ。
When I think that I won't feel anything, it scares me. Amane. Isuka promised to take Amane to the other side of those clouds, and apparently she said this: "You'll definitely be moved." For Amane, those words were part of the promise. Amane looked uneasy during the final flight plan check yesterday. Perhaps she was worrying about that then. What if even after reaching the other side, she still didn't feel anything? She must have been thinking something like that. That would mean the promise hadn't been fulfilled, that it really was a lie. You won't know that till you go. Aoi. Amane was shocked as though I had said something to brush her off, but I quickly smiled. But I'm not worried. I mean, you always say the food I make is so delicious, just like everything else.
葵くんの手料理は美味しいぞ。そんなの当たり前のことだ。
Your cooking really is good, that's obvious. Amane insisted, so I couldn't help but laugh. I don't think you have any defects, there's just some things you don't understand.
知らないこと。
Things I don't understand. Isuka taught you about many of them, that's why you liked her, isn't it? Yeah. Let's try to go there, to the top of those clouds. There's no point in fretting about it now. Okay. Looking a bit relieved, Amane nodded.
Aoi! Amane senpai! Cockpitお願いします。
Aoi, Amane, the cockpit, please. Got it.
今行く。
Headed there now. Heyo. Heyo. Progress. Freaking progress. Alright, man. It's happening. Look at the purple. Around the time the departure preparations were finished, the sky was just starting to lighten up. This is it, fam.
あれがそうなのかな。
I wonder if that's it.
薄く くシルエットが見えるような。
I think I can see a faint silhouette. The sky is still dark. Even if the clouds were out, you can't see them with the naked eye.
予兆もあったし、風も出てきてる。間違いないでしょ。
There was the sign, and the wind is picking up. There's no doubt about it.
さあ飛ぶわよ。みんな配置について。
Okay, let's fly. Places, everyone. Everyone rushes to their places at Agaha's command. Until Kotori and Asa take their place at the winch, Yoru checks the tow line and connects it to the glider.
夜明けまで45分ってところか。間に合うよね。
There's just 45 minutes until dawn. We'll make it, right? Yeah, it'll work out somehow.
葵くん、私が前でいいのか？
Aoi, is it okay with me in the front? Sure, it's easier to see there, right? It's your destiny to fly beyond those clouds.
見やすい分怖いんだが。
It's easier to see, but it's scary. Alright, close your eyes for a minute.
もしもし、聞こえる？ウィンチ、いつでも行けるわ。
Hello, can you hear me? We're ready at the winch anytime. I can hear Kotori's voice through the radio.
平行策の接続も確認。
Tow line's connected.
ラジャー。じゃあ行くわよ。
Roger. Alright, here we go.
葵、よろしくね。
Aoi, I'm counting on you. Let's go! Let's make some dreams come true! I'm ready, dude. We have to prove that Isuka wasn't a liar. Alright, Agaha said it so only I could hear and close the canopy. The gusty wind cut off and it suddenly gets quiet. Amane, please relax. Alright. Amane lifts up the wingtips Agaha lifts up the wingtips that were touching the ground. She looks our way for confirmation. Amane, you okay with this?
いいぞ。
Yeah, everything's fine. Agaha, okay. I gave her the thumbs up so as I shouted out. When she saw that, Agaha gave me the thumbs up too.
ランウェイズクリア。
Runway's clear.
小鳥、上げて。
Kotori, raise it. At Agaha's signal, the winch started to move. It pulls the aircraft harder and harder, speeding it up. The wheels left the ground and our speed increased even more. Going up. She's like, oh god. I pulled back on the yoke and lift the aircraft upward. The glider took flight up toward the dawning sky. Let's go! Let's make some dreams come true! At an altitude of around 300 meters, the glider broke away from the tow line. The wings caught the air and began to fly on their own. Whoa! Oh no, we're getting rocked by the crosswind. A violent, sudden gust of wind hit the side of the aircraft. I desperately grabbed the yoke and stabilized the aircraft. Amane, you okay?
平気だ。
Yeah, I'm fine. It was likely an effect of the morning glory, but the atmospheric conditions were so rough you could say they were the worst. Because of that, however, if you could ride the wind well, you could gain a lot of height. The night sky was pitch dark. If you're not careful, you could lose track of left and right or even up and down. Amane, could you take a look at the gauges for me?
了解した。
Roger. When your vision isn't effective, you rely on the gauges. If you know how to read the gauges, you can grasp whether or not the aircraft is level, that it's not dropping altitude suddenly, and that it's not slipping sideways. In extreme cases, even if you can't see your surroundings, you could still fly. I have to watch out for the crosswind and give my full attention to piloting, though. I'll be relieved if I can get Amane to watch the gauges as well.
葵くん、少し東に流されてるぞ。
Aoi, we're drifting to the east a little. Roger. Our goal is Mount Tsukebe. It's located behind the school and to the north of Kazagura. I tilt the yoke to the left and step on the pedal, correcting our flight path. At the same time, I check the light on the ground. That light over there, it's the convenience store near my house. That must mean the lights stretching out over there are... Just for today, I had studied the locations of all of the 24-hour sources of light and lined them up with a map. Wow, smart guy. Kazagura has really changed. With all of the convenience stores, gasoline stands, billboards, 24-hour supermarkets, etc., it was pretty bright, even at this early hour. Then, the lights that are going in almost a straight line must be Main Street. Street lights line the roads heading towards Keifu Academy. If we follow those lights, even if it is dark, we don't need to worry about going the wrong way. With the lights on the ground as landmarks and relying on our compasses and meters, we aimed for Mount Tsukebe. Let's go!
アゲハ
Ageha.
わあ、小鳥、朝ちゃん、お疲れ。ハットくんもお疲れさ。
Kotori, Asa, good work. You two, Hat, good work.
葵先輩たちは
How are Aoi and Amane?
無事飛んでったよ。もうそろそろ学校あたりじゃないかな。
They flew away safely. Shouldn't they be close to the school about now?
夜明けまでにたどり着けるかしら。
I wonder if they'll get there before dawn.
夜が明けてもモーニンググローリーはしばらくの間空にあるはずだから、上がるチャンスは十分にあるわ。
Even if the sun rises, the morning glory should take a little while to show up. There should be plenty of time to get higher.
勝負は筑波屋さんにたどり着いてから。山岳派に入れるかどうかね。
The real test starts after we get to Mount Tsukebe. I wonder if they'll be able to get in the mountain wave.
心配です。
I'm worried.
何言ってんのよ。葵くんが何とかしてくれるって。
What are you talking about? Aoi will work it out somehow.
そうね。葵に任せとけば大丈夫か。
I wonder. Do you think it's okay to leave it up to him?
随分と信頼を寄せてるんですね。
You're putting a lot of trust in Aoi, aren't you?
だって今まで葵くんに任せておいてダメだったことなんてないもん。
Well, nothing has ever gone wrong that I've left up to Aoi.
クワックワッ。
That's true, man. Hell yeah. Finding some good respect for the MC, who is like such a good guy.
ああ見えて。やるときはやる子だよ。葵は
He may not look like it, but he can get the job done, that Aoi.
信頼関係というやつですね。素敵です、先輩たち。
Dude, look at the little stars in her eyes. She's so cute. Anyway, you really trust each other, don't you? You guys are great.
何にも考えてないだけ。
You didn't have anything in mind, did you?
どうだろうね。
I wonder about that.
葵くん、あまねちゃんのことは任せたわよ。
Aoi, take care of Amane for us.
わあ。
Yeah, man, we need some serious healing up here. What the? A sudden gust of wind thrusts us upwards. The aircraft almost tips over, but somehow I level back out. What was that?
バリオメーターが反応してる。ローター風に入ったみたいだ。
The barometer is responding. It looks like we've entered the rotor wind. The glider lifted up. We've entered the updraft. However, the updraft is unstable. The gliders rock just like a small boat floating in rough water. Crap! Darn this thing! I grip the yoke and step on the rudder pedal, trying to somehow manage the wind. But... Whoa! Whoa! Suddenly it feels like I'm floating. We're falling. The aircraft started to nosedive.
下降気流側に入ったんだ。
We're in the downdraft. I'll get us out. I circled the aircraft around and somehow got us outside of the current. Oh, that was close.
わかったぞ。
That was scary. I restore our position in airspace that has a stable air current. Now that we're below the mountain wave created by Mount Tsukebe, I had attempted to move us into the rotor wind from there. The rotor wind is the air current that's created between mountain waves. In between the upward and downward flowing sections of mountain waves, the air spins like a rotor. If you can get in the upward flowing side, there will be an upward flowing mountain wave from there on. But the air current is extremely violent and unstable. Very close to the top of that upward flowing air current is an equally powerful downward flowing air current. Unfortunately, we had just gone from the upward into the downward. You know, I summarized. You get it.
高度をだいぶロスしたぞ。
We lost quite a bit of altitude. The next time we get caught up in the downdraft, we're out. If we fall so low that we can't reach the rotor wind, it'll be hard to get back there. After all, even just getting into the rotor wind requires a bit of technique. Then to move from there to the mountain wave will also be difficult. But I got a feel for it back there. It's just like your simulator. Just as you would expect, the simulator that Amane made is top-notch. Even though there may not be actual physical sensation, it feels very close to the real thing. It looks like all that time I spent practicing on the computer was going to come in handy. Alright, I'm going again.
Huh?
Okay. I reversed the aircraft's course and headed to where we just were. I circled around the downdraft and looked for the updraft that should just be over there. Where is it? There it is. Whoa! The aircraft shook unnaturally. The edge of the left wing was hit by the updraft. Found it. I tilted the yoke to the left and flew us into the invisible pillar of air. All of a sudden, our aircraft was lifted up. The aircraft rises up, and I feel the vertical G-force affecting my body. The barometer is slow to respond.
乗ったみたいだ。
Looks like we're in it. Alright. I circled around with the aircraft, taking care not to fly us back into the downdraft. But the rotor wind updraft isn't very steady. It's difficult to stabilize the aircraft in that. Crap! Darn this thing! I held onto the yoke like I was riding a wild horse. Although the ride is extremely uncomfortable, the glider continues to ascend rapidly.
葵くん、あれを。
Aoi, over there! He's like, huh? Amane was looking up from the cockpit of the busily shaking glider. I think it's happening. The sky was glimmering faintly. Dawn is near. We're getting close. Then the silhouette of an enormous line appeared out of the faintly glimmering sky. A pitch-black band that cut across the sky, splitting it in two. Oh, there it is! Morning glory. Yeah. It was so huge that I lost my sense of perception. It was beyond my imagination. Are we aiming for that? Even after coming all the way, I felt like this was a ridiculous challenge. But on the other hand, I also thought this. It's right before our eyes. Just silent. Dude, it's because this means so much more than just this. Like, this is such like a culmination of so many dreams. The shadow of an enormous cloud seemed like a sign of some oncoming calamity. With that ahead of us, an uneasy look came across Amane's face. Amane. It's almost time. I'm gonna take you over there. Okay. Let's do it, dude. I'm ready for the feels. The glider rode the violent and turbulent air, soaring ever higher. Look at the silhouette in the sky. What is that? No way, they're that big? You can only see a part of it in the pictures. That's a morning glory. That's much larger than within the cloud we saw from the hill last summer. Are they really going to go across the top of those clouds? There's no more time until dawn. Hello, hello. Aoi, can you hear me? This is Aoi. It's starting to get light here. Where are you? We're in the rotor wind now, climbing up. A little longer and... oh, we can ride the mountain wave. All clear, right? Yeah, somehow. It looks really rough. Aoi, good luck! Amane, can you hear me? Look at the sky! The sky! Yeah, I'm looking. You can see it really well from here. It's a big one. You're gonna start riding that now. Yep. Be sure to have a good time, alright? Tell me all about it later. Alright, I got it. You're so lucky, Amane. Let's go. I'm ready for some feels. Let's go. It's almost time. I'm gonna take you over there. We're still in the turbulent air for a while after Aoi said that. The aircraft was shaking so badly I felt like I was gonna get sick if we stayed any longer. Oh, it's from her point of view. That's awesome. I'm ready. Amane, you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little longer, I think. The glider is getting a lot of altitude in the rotor wind. Just like Aoi said, we should reach the mountain wave before too long. Just when I was thinking that, the aircraft's rate of climb dropped. Since I was the one watching the gauges, I told Aoi about it. Our rate of climb dropped suddenly. That means... yeah, we might have reached the top of the rotor wind. Alright. Aoi checks the direction. The updraft of the mountain wave is on the opposite side of the rotor wind. Transferring over. Aoi tilted the yoke and stepped on the pedal. The aircraft begins to turn. We headed straight for a while when... it suddenly got quiet all around us, as if the air had stopped and gone completely still. And then, the glider's climbing. Looks like we're in the mountain wave. Yeah. Oh, the feels, dude! I'm feeling it! I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Alright, it's a totally silent world inside the mountain wave. That, and there's almost no vibration at all. It carries the glider high into the sky. This lift is amazing. This is the first time I've experienced this. Yeah, it's not scary at all. It's like we're floating across the surface of a quiet lake. It was such a mysterious experience. I should resync. Technically it's been an hour. All right, hang on a minute. Resyncing. Okay, we're back. I didn't want to, you know, have the ending be all desynced. Anyway, it was such a mysterious experience. To be flying in the sky and have such a feeling. In the meantime, the sky is getting brighter and brighter. The clouds we were aiming for were getting closer. That enormous silhouette has an odd presence, almost as if it had been there since long ago. It feels like I saw something terrifying in those jet black clouds, or shadows, stretching far out of sight. The glider continues climbing in that direction. I'm scared. We're almost there. To the promise I made with Iska.
Why? Iska.
I'm scared, Iska. Let's go! I'm ready for the feels! I'm so ready for the feels!
空が灰色に見える？
I just want her to be happy so bad. The sky looks gray.
空だけじゃない。世界全部がだ。
It's not just the sky. The whole world does.
目の病気なの？
Are your eyes bad?
違う。色は認識できてる。けど感じないんだ。モノトーンにしか。
No, they can perceive color, but I don't feel it. Nothing but monotone.
イスカと出会ってからそれが少しずつ変わってきている。
Ever since meeting you, that's been changing little by little.
そこかしこで小さな光が弾けるみたいに少しずつ色を感じるようになってきた。
I'm starting to be able to feel small bits of light bursting out from all over the place. Iska looked like she didn't quite understand what I was saying. I think that that was the first time I told her about that. No one had ever understood when I told them. They would just look at me with strange eyes. That's why I hesitated to open up about it to Iska. Iska's reaction was different than what I was expecting, so I secretly felt dejected.
君といると私もいつか空の青さを感じられるようになるかな。
If I stay with you, I wonder if one day I'll be able to feel how blue the sky is too.
バカだな、マネは。
You're so stupid, Amane.
空の色がいつも同じ青色だと思ってるの？
Do you think the sky is always the same blue?
違うのか？だって空は青いだろ？
It's not. The sky's blue, right?
そんなわけないじゃないか。
There's no way it could be.
ほら、見てみなよ。今もほんのちょっとずつ移ろってる。
Just take a look. Even now it's shifting.
移ろう。
Shifting?
夜明けから始まって日が昇り、夕焼けに染まり、夜になり、そしてまた朝が来るまで。
It starts with dawn, the sun rises, sunset spreads, night falls, and then until morning comes again.
日は傾き、雲が流れて、どんより曇ったり、雨や雪が降ったり。
The sun sets, the clouds drift, it gets overcast, it rains and snows.
1秒だって同じ空なんてないんだ。
The sky isn't the same sky even for 1 second.
空の色ってそういうものじゃないか？
Isn't that how the color of the sky is?
空の色。
The color of the sky. Hearing Iska say that, I look up again at the sky. The endless sky above my head is suddenly tinged with a faint shade of blue. However, there was no two parts that were the same blue. Deep blue, light blue. Between the white clouds, the sky was colored with gently sloping gradations, shifting moment by moment. I don't know. Not positive I know what that word is. Anyway, my brain was like gradients, you know what I mean? Or if that's the right word. It's like shades, you know what I mean? Like different levels, you know what I mean. Anyway, that was the first time in my life that I had ever noticed the color of the sky.
あの写真、綺麗だっただろ？
That picture, pretty, wasn't it? Yeah.
僕はあんな色鮮やかな空を見たことないよ。
I've never seen a sky with such vivid colors before.
あの空を飛びたい。
I want to fly in that sky.
あの光に包まれてみたい。
I want to be surrounded by that light.
あんたと二人でね。
The two of us, together.
いいっすか。
Iska. Aw, the feels, dude. I stood shoulder to shoulder with my friend and looked up at the same sky. Compared to hers, I'm sure my sky still lacks color. Even if I stand in the same place, I still can't see the sky that she does. But I was able to empathize with her just a little bit, with her desire to fly in that sky. That was the first time I could empathize with Iska since that day when she found the abandoned glider. Then I had a premonition. If I were able to fly the morning glory together, I might be able to see it, to see Iska's sky. That premonition made my heart race. From that day on, I started to look up at the sky a lot. Oh, dude, the feels. The feels. Amane, what's wrong, Amane?
ああ、大丈夫だ。少し見とれていた。
Oh, I'm okay. Just staring at the sky. Aoi's voice brought me back from my memory. We were in mid-flight. I'm gonna take us up a little bit more.
あ、了解。
Okay, roger that. The mountain wave forcefully picked us up. It seemed like it would take us to the point where we could finally look down on the morning glory. I was looking at the clouds. The sky is still dimly lit. There's almost nothing but that resembles color. Dark here and there gray. The shadows of the clouds stretched out black as though they were cut out from the sky. That day, since the day that Iska left, my world turned monotone again. It may just be little by little, but by meeting Aoi and the others, the blueness of the sky has returned. I also felt a premonition that Iska might be able to see the sight she had been wanting to see. Last summer, on the last flight with Aoi, when I saw those clouds up close, even though I was amazed by their brilliance, at the same time I felt a very strong sense of loss of hope. I thought, this is wrong. This isn't what Iska wanted to see. With that loss of hope, the sky grew dull. Unexpectedly, a hand from the back seat was rested on my shoulder. Amane, you're shaking. I noticed it after he told me. It seemed like I was shaking. What's the matter?
怖いんだ。あそこへ行くのが。
I'm afraid of going over there. Afraid? That's a lie. Afraid. I'm just a normal girl who does things a little differently from other people. Hopelessly afraid. Oh no, dude, the feels. I deceived you with a dream I don't even believe in. It's hard, Amane, to know the truth. I want to be next to you. I want to be your friend. I'm a cowardly liar.
イスカのことも、
And of Iska.
自分自身のことも。
And of myself. Please forget about me. I'm sorry, Amane. I'm afraid to know.
葵君、これ以上生きたく。
Aoi, I don't want to go any far. Get a grip on yourself. Aren't you going to prove that Iska isn't a liar?
でも証明したところで、イスカはもう。
But we just proved that Iska isn't... When Iska wrote that letter, she must have been having a rough time. If she had to leave anyway, she wanted to stay friends with you. I'm sure that's what she thought. But she left that letter behind. Why do you think that is? The reason Iska left that letter... So she wouldn't get in the way of your future any more than she already had. She left. Isn't that what it said? Yeah. But I don't think that was the only reason. She must have been unsure, right? About whether or not she was fit to be your friend.
私の親友にふさわしいかどうか。
Whether or not she was fit to be my friend. Iska thought she was deceiving you the whole time. If she really liked you and wanted to be your friend, that must have been really hard for her. Because it would have been a false relationship. If her lie was discovered, she might lose your friendship.
そんなことは。
But I would never... Could I say never for sure? In reality, that lie has shaken me up this much already.
でもその嘘は私がつかせたものだ。
But I'm the one who drove her to tell that lie. I called Iska a genius and treated her like some sort of prophet. By trying to live up to my expectations, she held up a dream that even she didn't believe in. Here's what I think. I think Iska wanted to be your best friend.
どういうことだ。
What do you mean? To tell the truth, Iska's the one who tried to push me away. That's what Anchan was saying. As long as she could help it, Iska didn't want you to realize that she had a weak body. She wanted to be your friend on equal terms, to the bitter end. To be sure, Iska was trying to hide something about her health. She didn't want me to know about that. Feeling indebted to you because she told that lie, that must have been quite a burden for Iska. If she wanted to be your friend, she had to be honest with you.
じゃあ、あの手紙は。
Then, that letter... After telling you the truth, she couldn't then say, I want to be your friend. But if she just left without telling you, Iska herself wouldn't be able to think of you as her best friend.
イスカは今でも私のことを。
So, Iska still thinks of me as... Yes, she definitely thinks of you as her best friend. If not, she wouldn't have left a picture of the glider in her room at the care facility, right? How about you, Amane? How do you feel about Iska?
今でも一番の親友だ。
She's still my best friend.
私はイスカのようになりたくて空を目指した。その気持ちは今も変わらない。
I wanted to be like Iska, so I aimed for the sky. That feeling hasn't changed even now. Well then, let's go. At the same time as saying that, Aoi reversed course with the glider and we shot out from the mountain wave. Oh, dude, the feels! I'm so ready! Let's get this healing going! I'm so ready, let's do this thing. The forward swept wing catches the wind and we descend. The shadows of the black clouds are already right below our eyes. I pointed the nose of the glider in that direction. We were pretty high up. The landscape below stretches far and wide and the city lights shine faintly. Just a pitch black, immense darkness spread out everywhere. It was a sight I was quite used to by now, a monotone sight, a world without color. Just when I was thinking that. Ah. Oh, is it happening? I'm ready, dude. I need this emotional healing. Oh, look at all the colors, dude. It's happening. She's gonna be happy and healing, dude. I'm so ready. Please don't take this from me. I just want her to be happy. I want her to be healed, man. I just want her to get that closure. A ray of light pierced through from the eastern sky. The sunrise. Oh, there it is. It's happening. It's dawn. All of the sudden sunlight shone up the world, causing the corridor of the sky to appear. Yes, it's happening! It's happening, dude. It's all colorful and happy. Amane's gonna realize that Isuka wasn't a liar, that she still loved her, and she still wanted to be your best friend, and she just had a lot of pressure, and you know, and Amane's gonna be able to see, like, you know, the colors of the world. She's gonna be able to feel it, you know? And not just, like, a depressed monotone, you know? It's gonna happen for her. I can feel it. Amazing. I can hear Aoi's innocent voice from the back seat. I couldn't say anything. I just nodded. The passage of clouds glistened a golden yellow as the newly risen morning sun shone on them. Color is being born into the world. Along with the start of a new day, the world begins to shine. We'll get there in just a little bit. We can make it, Amane. Holding toward the passage of clouds, the glider descended gently. Dude, it's gonna happen! I'm ready for the healing! Whoa! How pretty. Yeah. Like meaningful quack. So that's a real morning glory. Amazing, isn't it? It's overwhelming. It's completely different than the clouds we saw last summer. It's really pretty. Are Aoi and the others already over there? Oh, right. Aoi, can you hear me? This is Aoi, I can hear you. How is it over there? Going well? Yeah, we've just got to the morning glory. We're just got on the morning glory now. Great. Roger. Well, take your time, have fun. Right, Roger. He said they're already there. Where at? I wonder if we can see him. They're above the clouds, so we probably can't see him from below, right? Asa's so cute, dude. Man, I want to try flying sometime too. We need to get a pilot's license, each one of us. Yeah. That's true, man. They should do that. I'm ready for the healing, dude. The glider we were riding in was flying above the morning glory. Riding the updraft of the rotating air current, we passed through the passage of clouds. It just looks like a road made out of light. Lit by the morning sun, the clouds below look almost as if they were shining all by themselves. That sight is, how can I say, very beautiful. The word just flowed out of my mouth. It surprised even me. I see. So this is what beautiful is. I had never fully understood just what that word meant, so I don't think I had used it very much. Surrendering to my feelings now, the word naturally came out. After that, I gazed out at the landscape as far as I could see. The panorama of the sky died by the sunrise. The morning sun rising in the horizon. The clouds shining a golden yellow between the rays of light. And then the lake spreading out below and the streets of Kazagura.
こんなにも美しかったんだ。
So the world was this beautiful. I felt like I had all of a sudden solved the truth of the world. That this was the place Isuka had wanted to come to. Isuka's sky. The view of her world.
いいっすか。やっぱり君は天才だ。
Isuka, I knew you were a genius after all. Surrounded by the... Oh, dude, I'm gonna cry, dude! Surrounded by the brilliant sky, those words came out naturally. Oh, dude, the feels!
葵先輩たち、今どのあたりかな。
Okay, hang on, just in case it sneaks up on me. I want to be able to come back in case there's that, because you remember when we technically quote unquote finished Kotori's route, there was that cool picture of Kotori like with the sky backdrop. I imagine every character will have a version of some kind, and I want to make sure I get whenever there's a version of that. Anyway, I wonder where Aoi and the others are now.
もうだいぶ遠くまで行ってるんじゃないかしら。
I bet they're pretty far away by now.
いいな、いいな。グライダーに全員乗れたらいいのに。
They're so lucky. It's too bad we can't fit everyone in the glider.
そしたらハットも連れてってあげられるのに。
Then we could take Hat with us too.
どうしてもって言うなら乗せてくこともできたんじゃないかしら。その子だけなら。
Well, if we really wanted to, we probably could have put him in there. Just him, though.
まあ次モーニンググローリーが来るのがいつになるかわからないけど、
Well, we don't know when the next morning glory will come.
その時また飛べばいいじゃない。
But when it does, you should fly then.
そうね、今日で終わりってわけじゃないし。
That's right. It's not like today's the end.
私とヨルちゃんが卒業するまでにまた現れてくれるか
I wonder if it'll appear again before Yoru and I graduate.
な。あの人みたいに超留年するとか。
Maybe if you repeat the same year several times, like you know who.
やむを得ないかも。
Might have to.
メールだわ。こんな時間に誰からだろう。
I got an email. Who could it be from at this hour?
マジで？
No way!
どうしたのアゲハ。
What's wrong, Agaha?
やばい、すぐに葵に知らせないと。
Oh no, I need to tell Aoi about this soon. It's probably not that bad. It's probably something funny or whatever. Anyway, I crossed above the morning glory, making sure not to leave the updraft. This cloud was like a miracle to gliders, because as long as it's here, you won't lose altitude and you can go anywhere in the sky that you want. And there's this view. Wow. 360 degrees at the dawn sky. It's just like seeing a dream. For a while now, Amane's been completely absorbed in looking at the scenery. Hang on a minute. Well, that's the thing though, if I... actually, no, it's fine. I can make a separate save over the top of my... Yeah, we'll make a separate save over the top of my safety save, so later on I can come back and grab this if I want it. Anyway, how is it, Amane? Yeah.
イスカの言ってたこと本当だった。
What Iska said. She was right. So, you're impressed, huh? So you're unimpressed, huh? I asked her jokingly and Amane giggled.
私の心には美しいを感じる機能がないとずっと思っていた。
I always thought I didn't have it in me to think anything was beautiful.
けど
But I do.
なんだろう
Iska wasn't a liar. Nope.
な。世界はこんなにもたくさんの色に満ちている。けれどそれらは光がないと生まれない。
The world is filled with so many colors, but without light, they can't be given life.
すべての色は光そのものだから。
Because all colors are just like that. Are just that, light. Color comes to life through the reflection of light. All matter has an inherent reflectivity, and light is made up of components that are absorbed in those that are reflected. What gets reflected appears as color to our eyes. That's why if there's no light, colors don't exist.
私にとってイスカは光のような存在だ。
Iska is like my light.
その言葉の一つ一つで私の世界を照らし色を与えてくれた。
With her each and every word, she lit up my world. She gave me color.
イスカ、私にとってまだ
Without a doubt, Iska is, to me, even now, Amane's voice suddenly becomes mixed with tears. What's wrong?
本当は一緒に見るはずだった人がいない。そのことが私に。
Really, the person I was supposed to see this with isn't here. That's so sad. Amane. The promise had been fulfilled, but because of that, it must have brought up a lot of emotions. Amane lowered her head and continued crying. We should head back soon. Oh, dude. Oh. Anyway, like it hurts because it's not like it's resolved yet. Like, maybe Iska's waiting down below. Wouldn't that be cool? Anyway, we had flown quite a large distance on the Morning Glory. I want to continue flying like this until the clouds cut off, but we can't do that. After all, there might not necessarily be a place we can land at that point. Even if there were, it would be hard to get things back to the garage, and if there weren't, we could possibly lead to an accident, so I'd like to avoid that as much as possible. We needed to get back to the runway before much longer. After seeing Amane nod her head, I took us away from the Morning Glory. See you later. The next time you show up, we'll definitely come. As I said those words... Aoi! Aoi, can you hear me? Agaha's voice rang out through the wireless radio. She seems to be panicking about something. This is Aoi, I can hear you. What's wrong? Where are you now? We're near an island? I was just thinking about heading back. This huge lake is dotted with islands. Perfect. What is it? Did something happen? On your way back, can you fly over Big Ripple Bridge? Yeah, I can, but... Alright, do that. Anchan is waiting for you there. Anchan is? I was a bit skeptical, but I followed Agaha's instructions. Yeah, he's probably there with Isuka, dude. Like Amane's gonna get this healing. I can still feel it. It's gonna happen. I dove beneath the Morning Glory and headed towards Big Ripple Bridge. Big Ripple Bridge is the really long bridge that crosses this huge lake. It looks just like a wave connecting the islands that dot the middle of the lake. It's well known not only for the beauty of that view, but also because it's a shortcut to Tokyo. Oh, that's a cool looking bridge. Anyway, it's coming into view, Big Ripple Bridge. With dawn just beginning, there was almost no cars on the bridge. She said Anchan was here, but I fly around and try to find something that looks like him, but from this height I can't make out much. Should we go a little lower? I dropped our altitude and got closer to the bridge. Dude, I know it. Isuka's gonna be here, dude. I can feel it. It's gonna happen. I think he'll come here soon. It is! Oh my god, it's gonna happen! Is that him?
Oi! Aoi!
Hey, Aoi! Oh my god, dude, it's gonna be Isuka! Amane's gonna get her sweet healing, I can feel it. Near the entrance of the bridge, I could barely make out a small parked truck. The silhouette next to it, that must be Anchan. But then next to him, who is that? There's a girl. She was so small it was hard to see, but she didn't seem to be someone I knew. Oh my god. She's like, oh my god! Amane suddenly opened her eyes wide. Then with her hand on the canopy, she stared at the girl. Aoi, can you get any lower? I'm trying. I got us as low as possible while still leaving enough altitude to get back on the runway. Isuka. Huh? Oh, it's happening! I'm freaking out, dude! I'm freaking out! Yes, it's gonna be Isuka! She came and she saw the Morning Glory! And everything, dude! It's gonna happen! It looks like that for me, too. That's not the frames. In case you're wondering. I don't know what that flash was. Was that a thing, or was that a glitch? Was that like a part of Isuka's profile? Ah. Huh? It's... Oh my god! Look, it's Isuka, dude! I can't believe it! Oh my god! I knew it! It's Isuka! Amane is in that? Yep, she's riding it. Aoi's the one who's piloting. Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm freaking out. That's so cool. Alright, save it. I want that picture too. Anyway, is that who you're talking about? The kid who's like your brother? Oh, and he called him his brother in the fields. Yeah. So the glider is finished, huh?
あいつらが作っちまった。
Those guys built it based on the design plans that Amane left behind.
ちゃんと伝統として受け継がれてるよ。バカで無茶なところが。
They've inherited it like a tradition. So stupid and absurd.
そうなんだ。
I see.
電話つながるかな。
I wonder if I can get through on the phone.
もしもし。
Hello?
もしもし、あまねか？俺だ、達也だ。
Hello, Amane? It's me, Tatsuya.
タツヤ。君の隣にいる人は。
Tatsuya? Who's that girl next to you?
イスカだ。
It's Iska.
さっき無理言って来てもらった。
I insisted she come here.
今変わる。
I'll put her on. Oh my god, they're gonna talk. They're gonna talk. I'm freaking out. Is that Iska?
あまね。
Amane? Iska?
飛んだんだね。僕らのグライダー。
You flew it, huh? Our glider.
飛んだ。私の力じゃ無理だったけど、葵くんたちが飛ばせてくれた。
Yep, I flew it, but I couldn't do it on my own. Aoi and the rest let me fly it.
後輩をちゃんと育てるなんて、あんたらしくもない。
Taking care of your juniors, that's not like you.
何をしているんだ。彼らを連れてきたのは君なのに。
What are you talking about? You're the one that brought him here.
僕？
Me?
ああ。君がトビウオ層に残したフライトログを読んで、それで来てくれたんだ。ガレージ。
Yeah, they read the flight log you left behind, and then they came to the garage.
君の思いはちゃんと届いてたの。鋼小鳥っていう女の子に。
I understood your feelings. A girl named Katori helped us understand them.
そうなんだ。
Is that so?
どうだった？雲の上から見る景色は。
How was it? The view from above the clouds.
君の言う通りだった。
It was just like you said.
感動した。しないはずなかった。
I was moved. No, I couldn't help but be moved.
空は美しかったよ。
Your sky was beautiful.
そう、
I see.
一緒に見たかった。
I wanted to see it together with you.
見ていたよ、ここで。空からじゃないけれど。
I did see it. From here. Not from the sky, though.
でも、一緒に見てた。あまねと一緒の空を。
But we saw it together. I saw the same sky as you.
約束したから。
Oh, they kept their promise, dude. I'm gonna cry. Because we promised.
君は嘘つきなんかじゃなかったよ。
Yeah, you weren't lying.
そんなはずないって。私は最初から分かっていたけどな。
I knew that all along, right from the beginning.
調子のいいこと言って。
Oh, hey, I got an achievement. Anyway, don't get ahead of yourself.
私をここへ導いてくれて。
Thank you, Iska, for leading me here.
ありがとう、あまね。約束を信じてくれて。
Thank you, Amane, for believing in our promise. Oh, dude! The feels! Amane, I think this is about our limit.
そうか、分かった。
Okay, I understand.
ミスカ、そろそろ滑走路へ戻らないといけない。
Iska, we've got to get headed back to the runway.
後で会えるのかな。
Can we see each other again? Amane nervously asked her cell phone. Then, with a look of relief, she smiled. From that, I knew Iska's answer. From the bridge, Anchan motioned with his hand toward Kazagura. Ah, dude, she gets reunited with Iska on top of everything. It must mean that Anchan and the others will head to the runway too. Understanding that, I stopped cycling, I probably meant to be circling. I stopped circling and headed back toward the runway.
ありがとう、五十嵐くん。
Thank you, Igarashi.
何？いいって。それより、あいつら戻るみたいだな。
I said it's fine. More than that, it looks like those guys are headed back.
うん、
Yep.
俺たちも行こ
Let's go too.
もう少しだけここにいさせて。
Let me stay here just a little bit longer.
う。いいけど。
Alright, I guess.
見ていたいの。
I want to see.
あのグライダーがこの綺麗な空を飛んでるところ。
Where that glider flew in this pretty sky.
僕らの夢の翼だから。
Because it's the wings of our dream. Oh, dude, I'm gonna cry. Like, I'm all emotional. That was awesome. That was like everything I needed out of a finale. Like, Oh man, I'm like a whole different person. It's like, I feel like I've had like a whole experience. Like, damn. Wow. Oh man. Good lord. All right, we've already seen this though, so it would have been the same one that we saw from the other one. Oh man, I'm all emotional, dude. That was insane. All right.
Why?
I'm not gonna copy that. That was way too cute. You finally up, Amane. If we don't start getting ready, we'll be late. What are you talking about? Aren't you lecturing at the school starting today? She's silent. Oh right. Man, I'm gonna be late. Hey, Hat, morning. He's like, what's up? You hungry? Sorry, Hat, but I'm in a hurry right now. Okay, I'll get your food now. He's like calling her again. He's like, Amane. I should give you some vegetables, right? Okay, I'll give you this head of lettuce. You can have the whole thing. It's got a nice crunch. It's like as big as he is. That looks pretty good. Oh, looks like I'm getting hungry too. Oh man, but if I don't get going now, I'm gonna be late for class. But oh, it's like she's like just not showing up, dude. Well then, Hat, I'll be back later. He's like, I'm gonna enjoy this whole head of lettuce that Aoi's gonna be upset about later. Definitely. Amane, what happened? I was sleeping. I knew it, just as I suspected. You should have given her a wake-up call, Aoi. She was a student until last year. Now that I think about it, though, she never came to class, lived on campus, was always late, and led an indifferent life. She's got no sense of social awareness. At this rate, she's gonna need someone with a strong character by her side. But Amane is much more of an adult than me. What's wrong with that? You look good together. Summer vacation ended and the second semester was starting. The summer heat is still sweltering. For all intents and purposes, it's still summer. Today was the first day of Amane's special lecture. It was Miss Mochizuki's debut. Last night, she was saying, when you see me at school tomorrow, be sure to call me Miss Mochizuki, like she's so important. But man, I want to take that class, Miss Mochizuki's class. Not me. Why? I don't know, I think I would get too excited. You can say that. Maybe so. Yeah, he'd be like just like making eyes at the teacher and it's fine because he's dating her. Several days have passed since that day when we rode the Morning Glory. The dreamy excitement gradually faded away, and we were finally getting settled back into everyday life. By the way, about the garage. It'll be fine, right? We've got the new address after all. Yeah, I think it'll be okay. I knew it. Here you are. Hey. When I peeked into the garage this afternoon, there was Amane, I mean Miss Mochizuki. Hello, Miss Mochizuki. Yeah, that's right, I'm Miss Mochizuki now. Amane puffed up her chest and got all cocky. No matter how you look at it, it seems like Amane likes her new title, her new Miss title. It was because it sounded adult, but if she wanted to, she already had a mountain of titles and achievements she could brag about. How'd it go in class? Yeah. All of a sudden, Amane lost her energy and looked weary. It was terrible. I got nervous and I couldn't speak very well. Ah, I see.
抜けに遅刻した。
Plus, I was late. What? Didn't I give you a wake-up call?
だってハットがお腹空いたって言うんだ。
Yeah, but Hat told me he was hungry. So she was feeding Hat. That guy's a greedy little eater, but you can't carelessly feed him outside of feeding time or he'll get fat.
でも空腹なものの気持ちはわかるからな。
But I understand what it's like to be hungry. Rumble. Amane's stomach growled. That's what I thought. Here. Bam! I set down a huge lunchbox on the desk.
おー
Ha ha! Go ahead and eat up, Miss Mochizuki.
いただきます。
Here I go. She must have been really hungry because she cheerfully unwrapped it, took it out, and started eating right away. You get it, she's eating. If you were that hungry, you should have gone somewhere to get something to eat. What were you doing here?
懐かしんでたんだ。
I was thinking about the past.
もうすぐここ離れるんだろ。
Pretty soon we'll be leaving this place, right? Yeah, it looks that way. I dropped the tone of my voice to answer. Talking with the school, we decided to vacate the garage. However, it's not like we were just thrown out. We flew on the Morning Glory not so long ago, and the school thinks that really highly of such an achievement, so we even got them to guarantee to treat us as a school club too. It's just that with the remodeling of the school, the garage is going to be in the way, so they proposed building a garage somewhere else. Once they said that, we couldn't help but leave. Us wanting to cherish our memories here is just us being selfish. I'm kinda sorry.
いいんじゃないか。ここはもう必要ない。
It's no problem, right? We don't need this place anymore. You came here to think about the past, but you're pretty nonchalant about it, aren't you?
だってこのガレージはもう役目を果たした。
I mean, this garage has already fulfilled its role for us. Its role? Amane nods.
私たちの夢の拠点としての役目をな。
Its role as a base for our dream. I guess so. Already achieved its goal. In that sense, you could call it a good turning point.
でも懐かしい思い出がたくさんある。だからこうして浸りに来てたんだ。
But there are a lot of fond memories here. That's why I came here to reminisce about them. Saying that, Amane looks around the garage. The old-looking garage. Among the clutter and rows of things, there's a lot of small memories here. A lot of stuff happened here. Yeah. The first time I came here was the day I transferred to the school. I was checking out the clubs and wandered in here. Then there was a slightly strange, beautiful woman staring at a drawing board. And I met Amane Mochizuki. It's been just over a year since that day. Still, or not yet, either one, it feels like you've come a long way. We've come a long way. There are a lot of memories here for all of us, but you must have even more.
そうだ。
Yeah, that's true.
イスカたちと過ごした場所だし、葵くんや小鳥たちと出会った場所でもある。
It's...
それに
I was about to say, like, I thought there was one other little part there. It's where I spent time with Isuka and the others. It's also where I met Yu Kotori and the others. It's also... As though she was deep in thought about those memories, Amane paused and closed her eyes.
互いへの思いを打ち明け、恋人になった場所だ。
Aw, it's also where we confessed our feelings for each other and became lovers. Don't say that's such embarrassing things out of nowhere.
そんなに恥ずかしがることなのか？私にとっては一番の思い出なんだぞ。
Is it something to be so embarrassed about? My number one memory? He's just silent.
それとも葵くんにとってはいい思い出じゃないのか？
Or is it not a good memory for you, Aoi? It's a good memory for me, too.
そう聞けて
I'm happy to hear that.
嬉しいぞ。
Sorry, way too fast. So I'm happy to hear that. Amane smiled when she said that, but then she looked far off into the distance.
青春って言葉あるだろ？
There's the word youth, right? Yeah.
あれってなんだと思う？
What do you think it means? You mean like good memories of when you were young or something? It's kind of a cheesy word, so I haven't really thought about it much. I wonder if my generation is considered to be in our youth. I probably won't really know until I've gotten much older.
私にとって多分青春って全部ここにあったんだよ。
To me, I think that probably my entire youth was spent here.
イスカや達也と過ごした日々や葵くんたちと過ごした日々。
The days I spent with Isuka and Tatsuya, and the days I spent with you and everyone else.
こういうのを青春って言うんだろ？
Isn't that what you call youth? Yeah, probably so.
だからやっぱりここは大切な場所なんだろうなと思って。
That's why I definitely think this is an important place. It all seems like somebody else.
まだ私の中にそういう価値観が育ってない。ここに青春があったのかもって思ったのだってついさっきだからな。
Well, I haven't really given it much thought, but just now I wondered, is this where my youth took place? That's all.
青春とは過ぎ去りし日々の追憶の中にしか存在しないのだよ、きっと。
Youth is only the passing by of days in our memory. It doesn't actually exist for sure. Why are you talking like we're finished? We'll continue our activities after the move. Let's continue leaving behind lots of memories.
ああ、そうだな。
Yeah, let's do that. Saying it so nonchalantly, Amane went back to chomping down on her lunch. Well then, I'm gonna head back to the classroom. Be sure to take the lunchbox with you. After saying that I made to leave, but Amane took my hand and pulled me back. Then, he's like, Aww, she gives him a kiss. He's like, hell yeah. He's like, oh, what are you doing all of a sudden?
思い出といえば、葵くんにこうしてキスされて告白されたことがあったなぁと思ってな。
Speaking of memories, there's the one where you kissed me and confessed to me, wasn't there? I was just thinking about that. He's blush. That's a really embarrassing memory. Besides, I really messed that confession up.
それじゃあ、また後でな。
Well then, see you later. Man, your lips even tasted like sauce that day. I said that and quickly ran away from the garage, just like someone who can't admit defeat. Memories are in the past. They're important, but you can't stay wrapped up in them. Because people have to look to the future to keep living. That day, after returning to the runway, Amane reunited with Isuka. Sudden reunions are always awkward, but the feelings locked away inside are the same. They were both confused and happy at the same time. Now with Anchan acting as a go-between, their relationship is starting again. Things will probably be like old times again before too long. As for the much worried about Isuka's health, she said that thanks to her undivided attention given to her medical treatment, she had recovered to a level where she could lead a normal life. The original cause of the problem was with her physical constitution, so if her constitution changes as she becomes an adult, she'll continue to get better. A year and a half ago, when she was in the care facility, Isuka found a mysterious cloud and a glider aiming for it. At that time, apparently she never even thought that Amane was the one riding it. She apparently recognized the glider she had left behind and thought that someone in the soaring club had carried on her dream. That encouraged her. She put all of her effort into her recuperation, and it motivated her to go outside again. She wanted to leave behind those feelings for others, so she put the pictures on the wall. Wakatori said that Isuka wants to leave behind some proof that she was here. She was right after all. Time passed, and the promise was fulfilled. I want to pass through the passes of clouds. They took the scenic route to get there, though. The Isuka that I met on the runway was a very cheerful face. She still had some problems with her parents, but she said she wants to act positively and resolve them without running away.
止まっていた時間がやっと動き出す。
The time that stood still has finally started moving again. I was impressed by that remark. By the way, Mr. Tabioka apologized to Isuka for not giving the letter to Amane. Isuka told him what he did was for the best in the end. If he had given Amane the letter right away, she would have quit working on the glider, and the rest of us would never have come to the garage. And Isuka and Amane never would have met each other again. Also, and this is even more off topic, but Anchan is having a rough time trying to fulfill a long-time desire of his. Confessing to Isuka, dude. Why don't you ask her on a date?
デートか。参ったな。どうやって誘えばいいかわからんぞ。
I like how he's giving Anchan advice now. What a role reversal. A date? I don't know. I don't know how to ask her out. Anchan, you've always been popular. Surely you've had some experience with at least that.
それがないんだ。自分から誘ったことはな。
Not with that. I've never been the one who... I get it.
本当に好きな女の子の前だと緊張しちまうものなんだな。
With a girl I really like, I get all nervous. Anchan's eyes shone like a little boy's when he said that. It was kind of cute.
お前すげえよ。自分から告白したんだろ?
You're amazing. You were the one who confessed first? Yeah, I guess so. At the time, I thought Amane was gonna leave, so I thought I had to. If I hadn't been for that, I never would have found the courage to tell her so easily. What about a double date?
ダブルデート?
A double date? Yeah, me and Amane, you and Isuka. We could all hang out together. Would that make it easier to ask?
いいのか? それだと助かる。
Are you sure? That'd really help. Sure thing. I'll ask Amane about it.
なあ、頼む。
Okay, I'm counting on you. Anchan asking me for a favor made me feel really important.
ところでお前、
By the way,
いつまでも先輩はないんじゃないか?
you aren't gonna keep calling her Amane, are you? Well, no, yes.
今のお前なら胸張って彼女だって言えるだろ。
By now, you should be able to lift your head and say my girlfriend, right? I'm not sure I can.
何言ってんだよ。あいつの夢を叶えてやったんだ。もっと自信持て。
What are you talking about? You made her dream come true. Have some confidence. Okay, I'll give it a try.
ああ、その意気だ。
Yeah, that's the spirit. Yeah, he's like, stop calling her like senpai. Like, come on, dude. That's girlfriend to you. I'm home.
おかえり。
Welcome home.
わわ。
As soon as I entered the front door, I was greeted by Amane wearing a schoolgirl uniform. I was so surprised I blurted out, "Whoa, what are you wearing?"
これか？
You mean this?
久しぶりに学校に行ったら着てみたくなってな。引っ張り出してきたんだ。
It's been a while since I went to school. I wanted to wear it again, so I dragged it out. She didn't seem embarrassed at all.
どうだ？懐かしいだろう？
What do you think? It takes you back, doesn't it? I guess. He's thinking, I think it's hot. Anyway, she looks really cute. It looks really good on her, even though she's already a grown adult.
ハット、ほらほら、おやつだぞ。
Hat, look, I got a treat for you. Amane gives Hat the treat in her uniform.
学生時代に戻りたくなるな。
Makes me want to go back to my school days. She was serious. Haven't you had enough of being a student? Aren't you proud to be a teacher now?
そうなんだけどな。
Yeah, that's true, but
この制服を着ていた頃に、葵くんと恋愛してみたかったなぁと。
aw, I just thought how nice it would have been to fall in love with you while I was wearing this uniform. Amane,
なんだ？
what is it? If it's not a big deal, could we, give each other nicknames? He's like, I want to call you girlfriend, and I'm really weird about it. It seems like, regardless of age, it's only normal for lovers to do so.
おう、それが普通ならそうするぞ、葵。
Oh, well, if that's normal, then let's do that, Aoi. Could you call me that one more time?
しょうがないな、葵は。
If I have to, Aoi. Ah, so she got rid of the honorific. I believe that's what that's called. It's a sign of super closeness. I wasn't used to it yet, so I was really happy. Say it one more time, Amane.
葵ばっかりずるいではないか。それに、まだ敬語のままだぞ。
It's not fair to me, Aoi, and you're still using my real name. Sorry, Amane.
もう一度。
Say it again, Amane.
なんだこの幸せが爆発しそうな感覚は。
I guess he also dropped the honorific. I'm so happy I could burst. Amane.
葵。
Aoi. Oh, wow. It's like, wow, look at that. They finally hit first name basis. How exciting. We held each other. We held each other with an energy I didn't quite understand and kissed.
もっと早くから呼び捨てにしたかったぞ。
We should have given each other nicknames sooner. I thought so too. I didn't really think that it's all that special. But for us, it was extremely special.
葵。もう一度キスがしたい。
Aoi, I want to kiss you again. I love you, Amane.
私も葵が好きだ。
Love you too, Aoi. We closed our eyes and softly pressed our lips together. Suddenly, an image popped up in my head of the two of us dressed in school uniforms, walking side by side in a classroom or on the school campus.
いつも葵のキスには頭の中を溶かされてしまいそうになるぞ。
Your kisses always seem to make my mind melt away. Well then, I'm gonna kiss you again and again until you're all mushy. Oh, they're so cute. Really, she's like a child. But she's also an amazing person and a senior that I admire. I need to become a guy worthy of her. With that thought in mind, I was intoxicated by her kisses for a while. Aw, they're so cute, dude. They're so cute, dude. A few days later, the day to move the garage has come.
こことももうお別れか。
I guess this is goodbye to this place.
なんか寂しいね。
Kinda sad, isn't it? Just when we
天
finally...
音先輩が戻ってきてくれて、ようやくここを取り戻したのにな。
Sorry, I forgot if it was voice acted for a second. I don't know why. Just when we finally took it back after Amane came back for us.
ま、しょうがないわ。これ以上のわがままは言えないもん。
Oh well, there's nothing we can do. We can't be selfish.
意外にさっぱりしてるね。あんたのことだから、もっとメソメソすると思ってたのに。
You're surprisingly nonchalant about it. Knowing you, I thought you'd be bawling your eyes out.
立ち止まってはいられない。思い出は過去にしかないんだもの。
We can't stay standing still. Memories only exist in the past.
どうかなんとか言って、新しい場所の方が広くて設備いいからでしょ。
In any case, the new place is larger and has better facilities.
ゆくゆくは世界征服を目論む小鳥団の新拠点としてはあれくらいじゃないとね。
We'll need a place that's big to serve as the new focal point of Group Kotori's eventual world domination, right?
勝手に変な組織にするな。
Don't go making up strange organizations all on your own. Hey, did you guys get your stuff yet? I held the cardboard boxes packed with all of my stuff and looked back at Agaha and Kotori. They were wrapped up talking about some story or another. In any case, they were probably gonna get all gloomy about some memory, but... Huh? Kotori isn't crying, that's unexpected.
こっちは準備 OK よ。
We're okay over here.
あ、待って待って。
Wait. In a rush, Kotori grabs the picture frame from on top of the desk. One picture was of the Morning Glory. The other one was all of us from last summer after our final flight. Aww. And another one was the picture we had taken just yesterday with everybody after flying the Morning Glory.
それ、壁掛けにした方がいいかもね。
We should make that into a wall hanging.
そうね。もっと大きく引き伸ばして。
You're right, I can make it bigger and scratch it out. Alright, well then, here we go. We actually found a new place quite easily. At first, the school wanted to build a garage right near the runway. They actually had a contract for the land near the runway. They were even thinking about building and managing the glider part of the curriculum. But before that, we found an even better place. That place was here. Ah, so they did they did get the warehouse.
先輩たちだ。はーい。
Ah, so they did get the warehouse in the end. Interesting. Guys, hey!
朝、夜、お待たせ。
Asa, Yoru, sorry to keep you waiting. Asa and Yoru got here first and had started getting things ready.
さあどうぞ入ってください。
Well, go ahead, please come in. This place really is big. The size of this place is overwhelming once you go inside. When I come back to check the place out, I was surprised by its size and facilities.
いやあ、来たか。
Hey, so you came. Amane got here first and was also inspecting the glider first.
ねえ朝、本当にこんなとこ借りちゃっていいの？
Hey, Asa, are you really sure it's okay to rent such a nice place?
ええ、構いませんよ。ソアリング部のお役に立てるなら。
Sure, it's okay, if it can be of use to the soaring club.
祖父がいいって言ってるんだから、何も問題ないわ。
My grandpa said it's okay, so it's no problem. The gorgeous dock apparently belongs to Asa and Yoru's grandpa, that is the chairman of the board of the Keifu Academy. It hadn't been used in a long time, so it was just going to waste. If it could be of any use to a school club, he'd lend it to us for free.
ずいぶん本格的な設備だよね。朝ちゃんのおじいさん、ここで何してたんだろう。
These facilities are the real deal. I wonder what Asa's grandpa did here.
さあ。
I wonder. At any rate, as far as new places go, there's no doubt this was the best. Although it's a little far from the runway, we'll carry the glider on the trailer as always. Our new advisor, Mr. Yamanobe, will drive for us. Actually, the advisor changed from Amane back to the old advisor, Mr. Yamanobe. Mr. Tapioca asked Mr. Yamanobe to do so. It's not like he's trying to interfere, he genuinely felt that it was necessary. Amane has some childlike qualities, so she isn't really suited to be in a position of responsibility. So she took the role of director for the Soaring Club. What are you doing? Director Mochizuki groans while looking at the glider.
いやな、コックピットを改造できないかと思って。
It's just, I wonder if we can remodel the cockpit. The cockpit? What is it now?
ちょっと調べてみたら、海外製のコックピットに新商社用のものがあったんだ。
Well, I did some research and there's a foreign-made cockpit that has a part that's made for people with disabilities.
ラダーをペダルの代わりにレバーで操作するんだが。
Instead of operating the rudder with a pedal, you do it with a lever. Then maybe...
あ、小鳥でも操縦可能になる。
Yep, and then even Kotori could pilot it. Hey, Muffle. Amane covered my mouth.
まだ言っちゃダメだ。もう少し検証してみないとできるかわからないからな。
Don't say anything yet. We need to check it out more first. We might not even be able to do it. I see. We didn't want to get her hopes up for nothing. If that happened, she'd get so depressed. But if we have that, even Kotori could pilot it.
あ、きっと喜ぶぞ。
Yeah, she'd be really happy. No doubt.
さあ、だらだらやってないで、さっさと引っ越し済ませるわよ。
Don't just laze about. Put some muscle into it. Get it done with.
んでもって、明日のフライトの準備。特別ゲストも来るんだからね。
And then we've got preparations for tomorrow's flight plan. We've got a special guest coming. Aw, it's adorable. It's so adorable.
未来の話をしよう。ある一人の少女が夢見た未来の話。その時はまだ それはただの夢でしかなかった。夢は憧れるもの、見上げるもの。この空と同じ。けれどいつしかそれは目標となった夢を実現させようとする仲間たちを得て。
Oh, that was interesting. How is it seeing Kazagura from the sky? Ah,
最高だね。
he took Iska flying, dude. It's amazing. I know, right?
この子いい機体だね。飛び方が素直だ。
This baby's a nice aircraft. She flies well. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, you've got a pilot's license too, don't you, Iska?
一応ね、もう全然乗っていなかったから忘れちゃってるけど。
I guess, but I haven't flown in so long, I've forgotten how. You want to try piloting it?
いいの？
Are you sure? After all, this is the glider that you guys tried to build.
じゃあサポートしてもらっていいかな。
Okay, can I get you to support me? No trouble at all.
あまねのやついい子彼氏にしたな。
That Amane got herself a nice boyfriend, didn't she? Did you say something?
なんでも。
Nope, didn't say anything. Ageha, can you hear me?
こちらアゲハ、聞こえてるよ。
This is Ageha, I can hear you. I'm giving control over to Iska.
そうなの？了解。
Really? Roger. Alright then, she's all yours.
よーし、行くぞー。
Okay, here we go. What?
少女は挫折し、夢はついえたかに思えた。けれど本物の思いは人を突き動かす。また別の少女がその夢に触れ受け継いだ。なになに、イスカさんが操縦してるの？
What is it? Iska's piloting?
そうみたい。
Looks like it.
なんかすごい動きしてますよ。
Wow, it's really moving.
墜落してこないでしょうね。
You don't think it'll crash, do you?
大人になって落ち着いたみたいに言ってたけど、いろいろフリーダムな人だな。
She was talking like she's all grown up and calm, but she's a pretty free-spirited girl.
いいな、私も早く操縦してみたい。ねえ、あまねちゃん。
Man, I want to try piloting it soon too. Hey, Amane.
そうだな。
Oh yeah.
ちょっと設計図書いてくれるんでしょ？
Wait a minute now. Aren't you gonna draw a blueprint for me?
時間があるときにな。
Yeah, when I get the time.
もう早く暇になって。
Come on, hurry up and make time.
見上げているだけでは空を飛ぶことはできない。空を飛ばなければそこから見える景色を知ることはできない。
Guess you'll have to. Oh, there we go.
ひたむきに夢を追いかけ、一途に飛びたいと願った彼らへのご褒美。気持ちよさそうだな。
Oh, hang on, save this. Save it. There's so much good stuff. Sorry. I'm probably gonna mute myself. Initially, I was reading those like in between cutscenes, but I think I'll mute my audio the times I did, and then just let her narrate. It is written on screen. You guys can read that one. That way, I don't have to mute the game. Anyway, looks like it feels good.
いつか夢見た未来が現実になった時、すべての過去は報われる。無駄になることを恐れていては決してたどり着けない未来。彼らは今そこにいる。
Aww. Dude, my heart though.
この大空に翼を広げて。
Aw, dude, my heart though. Like that's so true. Like her whole point was that, you know, you can't spend your life worrying about things that could have been, you know what I mean? Like you have to chase your future, you know? Yes, Amane senpai, let's go. Let's go though. All right, hey you guys, if you wanted to see, now you can see my really cool thing. Anyway, complete the Amane route. Oh, dude, yeah. That's so cool. Man, that is so cool. I'm so happy, man. That is just fantastic. Also, what is this stuff? Anyway, I'm just noticing restoration patch. I'm wondering, what are you restoring? What was taken away? Anyway, wow, that was so cool. Man, that was so cool. Also, gallery. Oh. Also, apparently it was an achievement. I should have looked at that earlier. But yeah, apparently you can just look at the stuff anytime. So that was Kotori. There's more Kotori. There's an Ageha one, but this one was when you met her, so I imagine the rest of them is her route. And then there's Amane, which the first one's blank, which is interesting. Maybe there's another Amane slide that we get during a different route, possibly? Including Iska. Yeah, then there's some more. Then there's Asa and Yoru, which I imagine we'll get a lot of them during the you know, their routes and stuff. And then there's the cutesy images, which are adorable. Then there's some more of them, super cute. Aw, so cute, dude, so cute. Yeah, I will definitely hop back in. I need to grab a couple of these pictures, so. Oh wow, there's actually quite a few of these I could grab. I could just hop in, take a whole bunch of screenshots. Hang on. There we go. Sorry, I was like, how do I leave? Anyway, that was so good. So yeah, we did go quite a bit longer than I assumed it was going to take. But it was super worth it. Oh, it was so worth it. That was so good. I loved that. That was fantastic. It was a big roller coaster, especially in the beginning when it's all this drama and stuff. And that part of it's never fun, like going through the drama, but like coming on the other side and everything and seeing the, like, I don't know, dude, like it's like one of the biggest reasons I enjoy video games and like anime and stuff is because I find this in lots of things in life. For me, a big important facet of my life is finding like good messages that you can take with you, whether it's a character that inspired you and stuff. Like for me, it's one of the best parts of maybe fandom in general. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say, is finding like whether it's a character that inspired you or something, or a game that you played that made you feel a certain way. You know what I mean? Like it's the messages and the characters that inspire you that make you want to be a better person and make you want to do your best and make you want to chase your dream or whatever. Like that's the stuff that means something to me. That's always the stuff that always gets me, and it always makes me want to stick around. It makes me want to, you know, do all these things, chase my dreams. You know what I mean? And so it's like, and so I don't know. It's like for me, it's one of the unspoken, in my opinion, one of the less spoken about parts of like video games and anime is, and especially I notice it on the gaming front, but anime too. This is the good part about them is like they because like when you play something like this, it like inspires you to want to chase your own dreams. You know what I mean? So it's like for like so stuff like this, it's not just a game because of all the stuff that it teaches you and all the fascinating characters that you learned about along the way, stuff that you can use to better yourself in real life. And I don't know, and I just think that is fantastic, and that was super, super good. So that's the Amane route. Fantastic. She is my favorite character of all of them, but admittedly, I am excited for the rest of the routes. The next route, I believe, is Ageha, and she is my second favorite, so I am very excited about that. So the next route is Ageha, and then we also have the twins. Now, I'm thinking, so the other option down the road is there is actually also a DLC of some kind. Like it adds a whole bunch of other routes. I don't remember exactly what it adds, to be honest with you, but it adds several more. There's also a second DLC standalone option that actually adds Akari, the student council president, as a route as well. And so yeah, so it's interesting. So for now, the plan is to get through the main 5, which now we're 2 down, and there is Ageha and then the twins left. And so for now, that's the plan. But it would not at all surprise me if down the road at some point, if we did return and we did the other routes for the DLC stuff and we worked through that. So that would not at all surprise me if that does happen. Now, I'm thinking for the plan for my new main playthrough, so I'm thinking to make sure that I don't get burnt out on reading too much, because like playing the first time through for Kotori's route was so long, it was like 14 very solid parts, whereas doing this Amane route was only 3 parts, really. I think it was 3 parts, and this one was a little bit longer because if I had stopped at my normal stopping place, that means there would have been a 4th episode that was only an hour. You know what I mean? So going an extra hour on this episode does make sense, because the next episode only would have been an hour, and I don't do parts that are just an hour, so I don't know. So like I do see why I did that. I do think it was worth it, but so I'm thinking because obviously it goes so much faster, so I'm thinking the other ones will probably be something fairly similar to this one, probably 3-4 parts, something like that for every route, maybe a little bit faster because there's probably more doubles, there's more things to skip, that kind of thing, but we'll see. Anyway, but I'm thinking what the plan is we're probably going to jump into a different game. The next time you'll be probably seeing me is, assuming I stick to my running plan at the moment, it'll probably be Wednesday. I do have Wednesday off, I'm pretty sure, from work. I'll have to double check that, but I'm hoping to record, but there's some other kind of random things that I'm hoping to do on that day as well, so but I'm hoping to record as well. So I'm hoping I'll have time for all the stuff I want to do on Wednesday. But you'll probably surprisingly be seeing me probably Wednesday. And so at the moment, the plan is to probably jump into a different game. We'll get through that playthrough. Once it's done, if we stick to the plan, we will jump back into this game and we will hop onto Ageha's route. And so I'm thinking, just like we did for my positive anime reviews for Yuru Yuri, if you saw that series, it's like 8 seasons of pure slice of life. And so to get through it, I traded off. So I would watch one season of it, I would watch a different show, I would watch the next season. So very similarly, to make sure we get through all these routes in a fairly timely fashion, my plan is to probably jump into something random, and then we'll jump back into the next route. And then that way, at least on a semi-regular basis, we can hopefully actually finish all the routes in this game. And then once we're done with our main 5, then we'll be free to jump into a different visual novel if we wanted to, or if by then, if I have the other routes, we could just do this for a while, if I picked up all the DLCs before then. So, you know, we'll just have to see what happens, but this was fantastic. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you for lots of other good, fantastic content coming the rest of this week. Anyway, that is going to call for this one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the content today, and we will talk to you guys later.